3, 4. We're good. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Here we go. June 20th, 2012, meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting's been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. These proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on the Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of this chamber. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk up here or her staff. And if you've parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and then see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we begin with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Chaplain Steve Sanson, Veterans in Politics International, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Lord, you have blessed our nation for over 236 years with the greatest men and women that have spread democracy and freedom across our planet. Our nation has sent these war angels on foreign lands into combat. We call them soldiers, airmen, sailors, and Marines. They have faced all kinds of terrible obstacles to protect our nation, and some of them are returning home to face unbelievable challenges and trials as well. Many of them, sadly, don't make it back at all. Lord, we need your guidance. We need your wisdom so we won't continue to repeat history. Please help us stop the bloodshed of our military veterans, especially in our own nation. Our military veterans have begun to face execution by people that are sworn to protect us. Give us leaders that do not have a self-serving reason to be silent, but that will stand tall, that will speak up, that will not be afraid. Give us leaders which have the insight and the foresight to create and implement new policies to ensure the safety of our military veterans suffering from PTSD. Help us to never be fearful to do what's right, especially if the well-being of a person is at stake. Society's punishments are small compared to the wounds we inflict on our soul when we look the other way. Lord, we are a nation of freedom and rights. Please place leaders in office that are concerned about the rights of the people and not their personal agenda. Guide our great city. Make this city be the leader of all cities that supports the 339,000 military veterans that live in our great state. And now, Lord, bless our city council today and every day. Bless them with wisdom and insight to make the right decisions. We thank you for them. Guide them and direct them. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, We will now proceed with the ceremonial portion of the meeting. Always get here alone. And with my Mayor Pro Tem, and with Councilman Ross, who's now leaving too. So, song and dance, or we sing something while we're waiting? Right, right. A duet, how's your, now we, you have to divide. It's a nice tie. Okay, here we go. Don't fall down the step. I know, so we've got this. Here's our left side, right. Well, it depends. Stage right or stage left? Oh, we're born on the right side. Okay, here we go. Left and proud of it. So, I mean, my gosh, what a great council we have. All right, this is the ceremonial portion of the agenda, and we're happy to tell our viewers of KCLV Channel 2 that they may now watch in high definition. Oh my gosh, we're in high definition. The wrinkles. I'm worried. These meetings, not for you guys, it's women always. These meetings and all the city's government access television program is being broadcast in HD to CenturyLink customers. KCLV is among the first government access stations in the nation to be broadcast on cable in HD format. For our first ceremonial item today, I have the great pleasure of announcing the Employee of the Month. And I would like to invite our Detention and Enforcement Chief, Sweet Michelle Freeman, sweet and tough, to join us at the podium. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action. Action being achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. I am proud to announce that the June Employee of the Month is Allison Packard. And so, Allison, please join us up here at the podium as well. Good morning. How are you? We're so thrilled and proud of you. Do let the other shake your hand. Allison is really an excellent example of how our employees have adapted to the changes that the city has had to make to the downturn in the economy over the last several years. In July of 2010, Allison, an accounting technician, was notified that her position in detention enforcement was going to be eliminated. Allison was bumped to a senior office specialist position in cultural affairs. She immediately began moving forward, working to streamline the processes in her new department, jumping right into her new position with no complaints. Wow. She created, not even a teeny one. No. She created spreadsheets for cultural staff to use to track the many vendors that the city temporarily employs during the annual Vegas Valley Book Festival. She also established a SharePoint website to allow staff access to revenue and expense information to better track budgets in the department. In October of 2011, Allison was then notified that she would be going back to her accounting position in detention and enforcement. Instead of abandoning her new co-workers in cultural affairs, Allison helped to train her replacement. She even continued to check in with cultural affairs and does so today, offering her insight and help. The city of Las Vegas is privileged to have a dedicated and flexible employee like Allison. Her positive attitude is an example for all employees on how to live up to the city values. On behalf of the entire City Council, it's a pleasure to name Allison the June 2012 Employee of the Month. Along with the certificate that she is being given, Allison has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union, and a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of her choice by Superpawn. I'd like to ask Michelle to say a few words, and then Allison, be prepared, you're next.
Thank you and good morning, Mayor and Council. Allison, as the Mayor said, I don't know if I can say it any better. She's an extraordinary employee, and we're so grateful to have her back. She's positive, she's friendly, she's just dynamic in all aspects. She's hardworking, dedicated, and really professional. As the Mayor stated, Allison is there for everyone else. She's there to help everyone else, and she's never going to turn her back. She sees the cup as half full all the time, and that's how come she was able to go to Cultural Affairs so flawlessly and not even skip a beat. She really didn't complain. So with that being said, I just want to say to Allison, thank you very much, and we're so proud to have you back. Thank you.
Well, anybody who knows me knows I really don't like talking in public, and I'm really nervous right now. But I wasn't the only employee that went through this, and it's tough. But the group in Cultural Affairs really welcomed me. Now I'm going to tear up with open arms, and I'm really happy that I got a chance to be there and to go back. And I made some really good friends in Cultural. They're a great group of people, talented and big hearts. And I miss them. But I'm still happy to be back in D&E, too.
Well, we congratulate you and thank you for your great service. You have many new friends, obviously, in Cultural Affairs, and your same old ones are there for you. So just keep walking around with your great smile and everything that you do. And we have this wonderful plaque, Employee of the Month, June 2012, Allison Packard. And thank you to Jorge, because your name will be up on the sign at the corner of whatever street's up front. Is that Lewis? And there it is. And Maine. It's not a joke. It's real. That's you, sweetheart. So here we are with this wonderful citation for you. Employee of the Month has exhibited outstanding performance through productivity, leadership, initiative, and assistance to fellow employees and the citizens of Las Vegas. And on behalf of the City Council, we think you're just fabulous. Thank you, and aren't you lucky to have her home? Thank you. Congratulations. You did a good job. For our next item, I'd like to ask Ian Green, the president of Greenheart Conservation Company, to join us at the podium. Ian is responsible for the amazing Flight Line Zip lines that run under the canopy of the Fremont Street Experience. Everywhere I go, everyone wants to know about the zip lines, and they think it is the coolest thing that we in Las Vegas have this. And obviously you have the first. I'm not sure you're not going to have the only. I understand hopefully we are going to be extending it, and maybe one day Councilwoman and I will go in tandem down your zip line. I'm not sure we'll. Besides providing a new attraction for Las Vegas and another reason for tourists to visit downtown, Ian and his company, or is it Ian? It is Ian. Undo all of that, please. On TV, it's Ian. Ian and his company are also very involved in the community. Since launching its first flight on Fremont Street in October of 2010, Flight Lines has committed itself in a unique way to Las Vegas charitable organizations. Each month, Greenheart has sponsored a charity event donating the proceeds of Flight Line rides to a select local charity. The Susan G. Komen Race for the Cure, the Rape Crisis Center, Opportunity Village, K-Luck Toy Drive, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and the Boys and Girls Club of Southern Nevada are just some of the charities that have been benefiting from this wonderful program. The average contributions have ranged from $9,000 to $19,000 per event, with a total nearing $200,000 to date. The company has partnered with the Fremont Street Experience to provide the funds for charity, with the Experience contributing about 25% of the total. And I want to thank Ian and Greenheart on behalf of my colleagues on the council for investing in our community and helping our nonprofits. Today, I am presenting Ian with a proclamation that makes June 20th, 2012, Flightlines Day in the city of Las Vegas. We congratulate you, and we would love to hear a few words from you. But our proclamation does make today Flightlines Day, and we are so proud of what you've done and how much you've added to our community.
Thank you. So you guys are aware, Ian is actually my stripper name from a small Russian village. So.
Showman of the year.
First, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council. Thank you, staff from the city of Las Vegas, residents of Las Vegas. And we'd like to acknowledge, most importantly, the charities we've worked with. We've been very fortunate to be on Fremont Street, and the charities have made a huge difference for us. A lot of you people don't know. How many hours do I get? Sorry.
We'll just stay here till tonight.
What we are really fortunate to be working with Fremont Street Experience. We want to acknowledge and thank Jeff Victor, his staff, Len Turner, other members of FFC, everyone down on Fremont Street, and our own my business partner Rex Owen. He refuses to stand by me unless I wash once a week. Jeff Pippin, Brian, Rachel, our community liaison Helen Foley. All of these people have been tremendous to us. Another very important individual to us has been Cashman Photo, Morgan Cashman, who's done tremendous work down there. And what we were able to do, just so you guys, because most people, when I think of Las Vegas, to give you some idea, Greenheart and Flightlines, we were sitting in Nigeria one day building bridges through the treetops in the last lowland gorilla habitat after the Miss World competition had collapsed in 2003. And we thought, this is a great idea. We kept moving. We built these bridges. We ended up in Haiti, thanks to Rex, building a zip line across the ocean. And this zip line goes across the ocean 2,500 feet, and it's spectacular. But we were standing in a garbage dump in Haiti designing this, and we thought, well, this is going to be interesting, and it opened up to be one of the most popular zip lines in the world with Royal Caribbean. From there, we went to one of our best fortune to date, besides Fremont, working with Boulder City. And Boulder City allowed us to come into their park in Bootleg Canyon and with a 30-year concession create a sustainable and profitable public park with 50 employees, where we've been able to generate $400,000 in direct payments to Boulder City for their park. From there, we hopped over to the San Diego Zoo, where we built a 3,700-foot-long zip line across the Wild Animal Park. And a third of that revenue goes to the California Condor Fund. And from there, once again, I was about to jump off a roof. Rex said, use a cable. It's safer. And we were looking to do a charity event. And all we could think of was Halloween was coming. It was September 2010. And we wanted to run the first ever international broom races. Because we'd seen that there'd been a decrease in witches. People weren't flying as much with their brooms. And so we started to look around, and we thought, hey, let's be a great event with the Komen Foundation, which we hope to make incredibly, and this is why I'm talking about a huge event this October, where everyone brings their broom out. And this is what got us on Fremont Street. It was a cold call talking with Jeff Victor and looking at Jeff Victor and Fremont opening up to us and saying, yeah, let's try that. So we strung cables, and we ran the first ever international broom races. And it was such a fantastic success that we repeated it last year, and every month, due to the benefits of even the city. I know the city thought we were insane because in 1 month we built Fremont Street. And city officials, everyone was very positive. The poor city inspector, bless his soul, he never slept. I hope he didn't pass away because of us. But the city's been very good to us, and I know that continuing this role of working with charities, I know with the council, everyone's been down, everyone's been very supportive. We're also trying to carry the Fremont name. Right now we're heading into Venice Beach, working with the city of LA, where we'll help to generate revenue for Venice Beach and the Parks Board. And we currently have over 110 employees in Nevada. So I just wanted to thank everyone. If I missed anyone, I do apologize. Really, my sincere thanks.
How exciting.
Thank you.
What a wonderful. Do you happen to live here? Or don't answer that. If the answer is no, don't answer.
I live here a fair amount of the time.
Okay, that's wonderful. What a great, great group you are. What a fabulous leader and inventor and creator. You are Las Vegas born and bred, believe me, what you're doing. This is so exciting. We have one of our council people with a mop, if he could bring his mop, but the rest of us would be happy to come with our broom. Okay. So anyway, we are just really grateful to you, and we're happy to celebrate this day in your honor. So thank you. And hopefully you are extending the line on Fremont.
Yes, we're working
Right.
on extending the line.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So we're coming with our brooms. We'll be there. Great idea. Congratulations, all of you. Zoo food. I love it. Okay, for our final item, Councilman Ross is going to get us ready for flash flood season. I tell everybody we have no natural disasters.
We're getting rid of it. We're getting rid of one. And Ian, I want you to know that Councilman Barlow and I are actually professionals on the flight lines on Fremont Street. And I would encourage all council members, including Councilman Bierce and Mayor Pro Tem Anthony, to go down and do the zip line on Fremont Street, because it's certainly a treat. And Councilman Coffin, I will not wear a kilt while zip lining. So rest assured, citizens of our great city. It is flash flood season, and it's interesting because as I was at the Regional Flood Control District meeting the other day, it occurred to me that I think we're the only city in the world that celebrates, or certainly points out, flash flood season. We're the only city that has a press conference to recognize flash flood season. We're the only city that recognizes flash flood season with playing around with Nevada license plates. Have you recognized that? We live in a pretty cool place. Well, those of us who have lived here in Southern Nevada for any length of time are fully aware that when the summer also brings flash floods and potential dangerous situations. The official flash flood season is July through September, and it can be a very hazardous time for everybody. The Regional Flood Control District works hard to educate residents, old and new, about the dangers of flash floods through the billboard and commercial campaigns, including license plates. This year's billboard contest will take place July 2nd through July 22nd. So anybody that has a catchy phrase that you can put on a license plate, it'll be on a billboard somewhere here in Clark County. The Flood Control District has worked steadily over the past several years to provide infrastructure to help dispel those terrible flood waters. Currently in Southern Nevada, we have 90 detention basins and 573 miles of channels and underground storm drains. In the last year alone, the Flood Control District has completed 11 projects totaling $101.3 million, and more are on the way. Now, that $101.3 million are our tax dollars being reinvested in this community to protect people and property, not to mention we've employed thousands of construction workers at the same time. So that's very important to remember. Over the next 20 to 30 years, we will be adding another 31 detention basins and 228 more miles of conveyance. Flooding still occurs, and more than half of all flood-related deaths are the result of people attempting to drive through flooded areas. So we need to keep reminding people every year what to do and what not to do. While the average rainfall in Las Vegas is about 4.5 inches a year, we've had recorded rainfall of 3 inches in 90 minutes. You never know when a major storm is going to hit. Please remember, and this is the slogan, turn around, don't drown, and be flood safe. Now, I'd like to invite up to the podium the world-famous Kevin Eubanks, the Assistant General Manager of the Regional Flood Control District, to correct anything I just said wrong. Kevin, come on up here and tell us more about flood season.
Well, our crack public education staff gave me talking points, and you said all of them.
Oh, did I?
But you're the one that should be saying them and not me. Our mission at the district is to protect life and property for our existing residents, our future residents, and visitors to Clark County and the Las Vegas Valley. And we do that in 2 ways. We keep floods away from people by building things and all the things that you just pointed out. And we also keep people away from floods by getting out the message that floods do occur in Clark County, and they are dangerous. And we all need to be very careful and make good decisions, especially behind the wheel. And so this proclamation is part of that outreach, and we really thank you for making the proclamation today.
You bet. Thanks for being here, Kevin. Give Kevin another round of applause. Don't go away yet, buddy. So we, the mayor and the city council of the city of Las Vegas, proudly proclaim the month of July 2012 as Flash Flood Awareness Month in the city of Las Vegas, and urge all our citizens to become aware of the dangers of floods and the precautions available for your safety. Please don't drive through a flood. Kevin, here you go. Thank you very much for all you do. Mayor?
Now, we are fortunate enough, and thank you very much, fortunate enough to have two history buffs. They both happen to be named Councilman Bob. Our Councilman Bob DeShorter has some history for us on this. There you are.
Thank you, Your Honor. A little history on this, because it's important, because this didn't come about without a fight, as everything really good does. In 1985, the legislature had a knockdown, drag-out fight over a quarter-cent sales tax that you taxpayers are all paying today. The fight was just to authorize it to be on the 1986 ballot, which thankfully the public passed. Senator Helen Foley is here, who also voted for that in 1985 when she served in the legislature, and I was in the assembly. Jim McGoy, a young contractor at that time, recognized the need. This was the first session following the 1984 Caesars Palace floods. So for the first time, we got national attention for our floods, which have been occurring for many, many years. So that passed. $1 billion has been raised now from that quarter-cent sales tax from Clark County taxpayers. So a little bit goes a long way. It's a real investment, a proof that you can do wonders with tax dollars properly spent. I am not sure that maybe or not a continuance may be required someday on that quarter-cent sales tax. Wouldn't be a bit surprised, and so we'll have to authorize that at some time in the future. So keep that in mind. But remember this day, and remember the good things that have been done by the staff who do this, the contractors who build these for us so well. Yes, we still have regionalized flooding, but we don't have as many of the major floods that you used to know about and wonder how we could fix. Well, they're being fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. That was very informative. We are not going to take any break except to roll the podium away. Who's charged with the roll? Our favorite, Jace Radke. Thank you. We'll just take our seats up there and get right to work.
Basically, I apologized to him and told him that, we're going to get to him at other meetings. So you're going to have to, reschedule. Yes, something happened. So you guys are going to have to talk to him, see what the... No, he left.
Okay, we will continue on with the agenda at this point. And being up at the podium but having bad eyesight, I was fortunate enough to see our wonderful mayor from North Las Vegas, our lovely Sherry Buck, in back there. And welcome you to our chambers. We look forward to being in yours soon as visitors to applaud. And thank you for coming today, and city manager as well. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited as well. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at this point at 1 minute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Dean Fletcher, President of Las Vegas Firefighters. I just wanted to clarify that I'd have time to talk on item 73 later on.
Okay.
And also on the consent agenda, is all the moving of the money in the consent agenda going to remain on the consent agenda? Item 17 and then items 56 through 64.
Through through 64. Thank you. We're going to proceed as we normally do. They will be on that, and you will be given your time on 73. If you are representative of anybody else that's here, it would be helpful that you would be the spokesman or assign someone.
Okay, so on the consent agenda item, if they're not going to be pulled, I want the public to recognize item 17, a total of $16 million being rolled out of the current budget. That's $16 million without any explanation by anyone. Background information, $3 million of that is coming from the over cost of what you charge to build a fire station. They both came in under budget. They're rolling $3 million out of fire capital projects alone to somewhere unknown. We've requested that information and have not received it so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
excuse me, are there people in the audience? Are you requesting that because there are people who wish to speak on those items in the consent agenda? 17, and as I think you said, 56 to 64?
I would like to speak on those, but if they're not going to be rolled out of the consent agenda, I won't be able to talk about
My
them.
belief has always been that if there's a citizen, and I think you are a citizen, I haven't asked for your documentation or anything, but I
have
I
my
would like
driver's
to, I would
license
like
if
to
you
pull
need it.
those out of the consent agenda, please.
Okay.
Move them forward.
Yes. When we get to that item, let's do it that way. if that's
Whichever,
right.
I didn't know, sometimes we do it ahead and sometimes, okay.
Thank
So
you.
you have the numbers, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, whatever you'd like pulled. It's 17 and 56 through 64. Okay. And 73, when it comes time for comment. Okay, thank you. We also have a gentleman here, Paul Muradkan, Director of Government Affairs, Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. Would you care to make a first comment at this point and state your name and...
Good morning, Mayor and members of the Council. Paul Muradkan for the record, M-O-R-A-D-K-H-A-N, Director of Government Affairs for Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. I'm here for two items. One, to share with the Council and the Mayor that the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce is sponsoring its annual trade show and business expo at the World Market Center today. We'll have over 2,000 attendees here in downtown and 200 business vendors. I'm also here on behalf of the Chamber to speak on item 73 of the City Agenda. The Las Vegas Chamber would like to express its support for the proposed commission of a comprehensive, unbiased, objective analyst of the fire and EMS services by ICMA for the City. We'd like to thank the Fire Chief and the City staff for bringing the item forward and for the City and the Council and the Mayor for considering the proposed analysis. The proposed allocation of funds is a good use of public resources, and the outside perspective is important when looking at these type of matters. The outside analysis, as proposed, is beneficial because it can both validate current practices and identify new ways of delivering the same or improving city services to its residents and businesses at affordable investment of taxpayer dollars. These type of outside and unbiased reports, analysis are the type of things that we should be doing in elevating city operations in regards to external and internal functions. This approach is good public policy, and the scope of the project and a data-driven methodology of the report as proposed by CMA will provide meaningful results for the City and the Council and Mayor. These type of efforts will also build good community support and engagement. We encourage that this report be released to the public and its business community residents when it's completed. Thank you for your time, Mayor and City Council. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Thank you very much, Mr. Muradkan. We will now move on to item number 9, business items for possible action. Any items from this morning's session that the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 75, appeal of a work card denial. Catherine A. Moore, doing business as Las Vegas Golf Club, 4300 West Charleston. Staff has asked that be stricken. Item number 76, appeal of a work card denial. Jacob Matthew Parker, Larry's Hideaway, 3369 Tom Boulevard. Staff has also asked that to be stricken, and that is my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Who? Me? What it says here is withdraw vote. So is that what I push now?
Shows she voted.
No, that shows you pushed it.
I pleased you. Thank you. And then please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on now to item number 10. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of June 6, 2012. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the minutes of the June 6, 2012 meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post.
Mayor,
Please.
just for the record, I was not present for that meeting. However, I have read the minutes from the meeting, and we'll be voting on it.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. We will now move on to the agenda items 11 through 68, with the exception of, and since you wrote them down, Mayor Pro Tem, would you read them?
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 11 through 68. We're going to pull items 17 and items 56 through 64 for discussion, and then I would like to, for the record, make a correction on item number 68. It shows that that is in Councilman Barlow. Let's see, its location is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, not in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian. So that is my motion.
Is that what you wanted to mention? Okay. So there is a motion, as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Anthony. Any other changes, additions, withdrawals? No. Everything's cool? Go. Please vote. And please post.
Affirmative.
I'm affirmative, too. Councilman Barlow, you have to vote, too. And please post. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 17. And this is for possible action to approve the fiscal year 2012 transfer budget appropriations to adjust for expenditures and adjustments between functions within various funds totaling $16,101,500. Is it working? Okay. Please, Candace Westfalder.
Good morning, Candace Falder, Director of Finance. Item 17 is seeking your approval of transfer of appropriations impacting 10 separate funds. This is a housekeeping item that we typically bring to you each June. Many of these items have been previously approved by the City Council on agenda items throughout the year. The 10 funds that are impacted are the General Fund, the General Capital Projects Fund, City Facilities, Fire Capital Projects, Public Works, Parks and Leisure Capital Project Fund, Road and Flood Capital Project Fund, Municipal Golf Capital Project Fund, Sanitation Enterprise Fund, and finally the Reimbursable Expense Internal Service Fund. These items are brought to you because it's a change from the original budget. As we budget each year, we have to budget in specific functional categories. Those are activities established by the state, such as public safety, public works, cultural, general government. So within each fund, we budget within those functions. As we execute the year and different decisions are made by this council, we move authorized funding from one function to another. It does not increase the total expenditures within that fund. It just reports them and lets them be expensed in a different category. The one in question here that was brought up by Mr. Fletcher was the Fire Capital Projects Fund, and we are seeking to move appropriations within that fund from one expenditure category to the other. It is a transfer out. It is money that was general fund, its origination when it was placed into that fund. Because of some underruns and other things, that funding is being moved to the City Facilities Capital Project Fund and the Traffic Improvements Capital Project Fund. The general fund only sees transfers of $400,000 between functions. That's less than 0.09% of the total general fund expenditures that we're requesting that we move between categories.
0.09%. Any questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilman Barlow.
Ms. Father, with the item before us here today, as far as the transfer of the appropriations and the adjustments, is this, are we doing anything out of the ordinary? Have we done this in the past? What is the traditional way in which we adjust the underruns and move them to other areas?
We typically do this, or not typically, we have done this in the 14 years I've been with the city. We bring you items every June to make these housekeeping. They have to be filed with the Nevada Department of Taxation by the end of the fiscal year. That's why as you execute your decisions to authorize things throughout the year, we keep track of those in the Finance Department. And then we bring you this item as the conglomeration or of all of those as one item each June. So it is done each June in front of the City Council.
And if in fact the cost underruns, which are before us today as far as the two areas that you pointed out, for example, for the fire services, where would the monies go if in fact we had nowhere as far as an assignment for them?
If you had no assignment, we would leave them sitting within that fund that still would require the City Council approval to authorize their expenditure on a new project.
So whether we move it or leave it in place, that item would still come back before this council in order for the adjustments to be made appropriately?
Yes,
as far
sir.
as the adjustments?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other council wishing to make comment? Councilwoman Tarkanian.
When you say that item will come back, does it come back that it came from this particular category and is now being used someplace else, or is it all lumped together and then it's spent? So we may not be able to trace it back. I'm just wondering.
I don't know that you could trace it back exactly to a specific project. As we take funds and move them, and in this case, place something in city facilities, we then add together all the available resources to present to you. Maybe it totals $5 million, and we say, we've been able to take these funds that were not spent in other places, totaling $5 million. Here's a list of the projects that are requested that have been unfunded. This council then decides which projects to take that $5 million to and place them on.
And this may be due to my lack of computer skills, but as I tried to get the backup documentation, I couldn't get it. Do we have a chart in backup that shows us fire services here, city facilities, capital projects there, how much money came out?
We have an exhibit for each fund that's being impacted that shows where we are, which category we're taking out of and which category we're placing it in within those funds. Yes, we have documentation.
But we don't know where it's going to go yet until it comes back when we need it to maybe something that's already on a list of need.
It may have been something, a lot of these funds, as we went through this year and this council approved additional projects within city facilities, this would have been the funding, one of the many funding sources that would have been used on those projects. I can go back and have the analysts do some research if they can identify which specific project it was placed on.
I needed to know that information if I could. Thank you.
Yes,
Would it
ma'am.
take a whole lot of work?
No.
No, because you guys are so good, aren't you?
My
Finance.
analysts are great.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
And in facilities that are constructed and brought in under budget, is this process that we are now proceeding with here similar? Is that what normally happens? Any capital facility that capital funds that are spent, do we normally place, if it comes in under budget, where do those funds go in a similar fashion?
They go any project, regardless if it's a facility or the purchase of equipment that you've authorized, if it comes in under budget, those funds revert back to the fund balance within that fund. Then, as we're building the budget for the following fiscal year, or within the fiscal year we're in, we evaluate what the unallocated resources are in that fund balance. We provide you with a list of what's available to be reassigned. At that time, we would then take it out of the fund balance and assign it to those projects given your authorization.
Thank you. I do recall that. Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. You know, we have done a lot in this last year to open up the budget process, and the manager and the council have done a good job working together, I think. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I think we all recognize we've done something more this year than we have in the last, thank you, year. And so consequently, this is one item where we could do a little bit of reform, and it only has to do with notification to council and staff, our staff, so that we don't lose track of the changes and the underruns as they move forward, and develop a fund balance that then can be shifted by management into another account. It's something that from the other culture, as Councilman Beers likes to talk about, we come from one that met every 6 weeks and that looked at each and every change as it was going along. And then at the end of the year, in the June meeting, just before the end of the fiscal year, did finally approve other major changes, but not all of them. Many of them had been approved as the year went on, totally. And it did not have, that body did not have a tax commission to report to. The thing is that a running total of money by funds is important to have, and you know, I just like to know, I probably ought to be better informed on this, because if you're on your toes, you can find money around here for things. And you know, it's hard to track it if you don't know how to track it.
Yes, Councilman. On each of your agenda items, you will note that on the top page, an item is always identified as no fiscal impact, budget funds are currently available, or requires an augmentation. That's required on each agenda item. Those items that require augmentation, we typically don't go into a lot of explanation. Mr. Vincent used to have a report that was sent out to the council each week, each council meeting, if there were items for augmentation, as a fallback to show that, to bring your attention to these are marked augmentation required, with a much more detailed explanation. I have not prepared that report in the past year, but I think it's time to resurrect that, and we will now send that out each council meeting to you to bring your attention to that.
Candace, thank you very much, through Your Honor. I appreciate that, you doing that. Things sometimes don't appear to be useful or used, and so consequently, you know, you don't produce them anymore if you don't think people are reading them. So I think that I'm getting the picture that that's going to be revived and be placed in our hands.
Yes, starting
on a
next
regular
council
basis.
meeting. Yes, sir.
I always am aware, you know, underruns, in other words, if a person says, well, you're not spending money, so that must be good in a budget, it isn't always good, because in fact, underrun can mean, obviously means that the budgeted money is not being spent. When the budget was set, it was spent for a specific, was set up for a specific purpose. So if you're not spending, then that specific purpose may or may not be served. And so that's why it's important not to just look upon an underrun as a good thing. In fact, some people can sandbag money here and there in order to spend it in other areas. And this moves so fast that I'm glad that we'll have that additional report revived, and also that, you know, maybe we can do this on a regular basis.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else question, comment? Okay, I think you made your comment, but Mr. Fletcher, you care to make some other statement here?
It was brought to the floor, right? I should be able to comment now? Okay. Dean Fletcher, President for the Las Vegas Firefighters, and I am a city resident, Councilwoman Tarkanian. In simple layman's terms, even though we use a forensic expert, item 17 is what does occur, but what that means is Once again, the city overestimates what things will cost and then underestimates and tries to hide then how it came in under. What that means is in your checkbook, you have $16 extra million that wasn't budgeted for in the current fiscal year. And like this past fiscal year, you'll wait until probably February or March of 2013 to roll this money back into your fund. And all this movement won't show up in the CAFR report till that's reported after the first of the year again. So what that means is that was extra money that's going to go somewhere, but today you don't even know where it's going because nobody does, because it's not in the report. And that's the problem once again with the city, and I hope our friends in the Chamber of Commerce are paying attention to that amount of money that's floating around for sure easily in the city. Thank you.
Would you, Councilman Barlow?
Yes. I understand Mr. Fletcher's concern, but I can't allow that to sit out there like that as far as the city of Las Vegas is, not up to speed when it comes to how we formulate our budgets. This is money, Candace, that we approved for, whether it be for future projects or projects that were already underway, and we encourage our departments to do all that they can in order to save the city where they can. And when, in fact, projects or developments come in under budget, in which they do all across the valley in the public as well as the private sector, there's cost overruns as well as cost underruns. And this just so happens to be a cost underrun. So, Candace, can you speak to that?
Yes, this is...
And am I off base?
No, these are capital project funds. The funds were assigned to a project. If we were fortunate enough to go out on a bid process and get a lower cost than we had initially estimated for construction of a project, we have savings on that project. That money then reverts back into the fund balance. We are choosing here to transfer it, or have transferred it, to a different capital project fund. It is not being used on ongoing city operations. It's one-time money that's sitting within capital projects funds. We're just moving it from one capital project fund to another capital project fund. At Councilwoman Tarkanian's request, I am going to go back and research the specific projects. I believe it could be as much as some of the City Hall ones and some of the items that had to go in for security or fire protection within this City Hall building, but I will validate that.
And also, moving forward with the underruns that we were able to receive, this money can be used for projects that actually were over, correct?
Correct.
In order to pay down some of that balance
Yes.
that's left out there.
Even when it's a project, even when a project is running over, we bring those items individually to the City Council on a listing to get your authorization to place the additional funding on those projects.
Right.
And all of these records are public, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Question, Mayor.
Councilman?
Thank you. Candace, Ms. Volker, all of our financial information available online? That's a question.
Yes, we have reports for all of our operations and our capital projects online.
Is there any attempt in your department or the city manager's office to hide money from anybody?
Absolutely no.
Are we trying to transfer money from one bank account to the other to make it look like one's less, one's more?
No, we only have the one bank account.
So all of this is transparent in regards to the way we're transferring these funds. And you went over in great detail with me in briefing the other items that we pulled off the consent agenda. So I'm very familiar with how that money is transferred and how these budgets operate.
Yes.
Being on this council for quite some time and understanding that process. But I just want to ask those hard questions. So you're not hiding any money from anybody.
Absolutely not. If anybody
And everybody
wants to
has
report,
access to our financial reports online, or can come to the city of Las Vegas and say, hey, show me your books.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, so I would like a motion made on this particular item, agenda item 17.
Motion to approve agenda item 17.
Thank
Before
you.
vote, Mayor, if I could just reemphasize, you're saying this was capital project money, so it could not be used for anything else but capital projects, and we've moved it into other capital project areas. I just am trying to clarify for the audience that's viewing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. We will now move on to item 56. We'll take them one at a time, 56 through 64. Item 56, resolution R42-2012 for possible action to approve a resolution to augment the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 SID Administration Special Revenue Fund, SRF, budget in the amount of $3,000.
Mayor, may I make a recommendation that you
Yes.
open them all, because every one of these are housekeeping items?
Okay.
And the explanation and the amounts of money in some cases are
That's-
very, very small. It's just a recommendation to streamline the
Thank
discussion.
you. Excellent idea. I will go on and read item 57, R43-2012 for possible action to approve a resolution to augment the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 debt service fund budget in the amount of $6,460,000. Item number, agenda item 58, R44-2012 for possible action to approve a resolution to augment the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 Capital Improvements Capital Budgets Fund, CPF, in the amount of $13,213,150,000. And item 59, R45-2012 for possible action to approve the resolution to augment the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 Green Building Capital Fund Project, CPF, in the amount of $5,040,100, and on 60R 46-2012 for possible action to approve a resolution to augment the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 Municipal Parking Enterprise Fund, EF, in the amount of $3,500,000. Number 61, R47-2012 for possible action to approve a resolution to augment the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 Building and Safety Enterprise Fund, EF, in the amount of $500,000. Agenda item 62, R48-2012 for possible action to approve a resolution to augment the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 Automotive Operations Internal Service Fund, ISF, in the amount of $2 million. Item number 63, R49-2012 for possible action to approve a resolution to augment the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 City Facilities Internal Service Fund, ISF, in the amount of $10 million. And item number 64, R50-2012 for possible action to approve a resolution to augment the City of Las Vegas fiscal year 2012 Cemetery Operations Permanent Fund, PF, in the amount of $75,000. Those are inclusive of the ones that have been pulled. And would you care to make any comment to that, since I'm out of breath?
Good morning. Candace Falder, Director of Finance again. The first item, item 56, is a resolution to augment the Special Improvement District Administration Special Revenue Fund. This is relative to Special Improvement District 1507. We needed to increase the appropriations level in this fund by $3,000 to cover additional costs not originally planned in the budget for community outreach meetings, filings, and administrative support costs. Item 57. Item 57 is an augmentation of the debt service fund. This was required to provide refunding of the municipal golf course bonds and the Fremont Street garage debt totaling $6,460,000. That refunding was not originally planned for fiscal year 12, but we are moving forward with retiring that debt. Item 58, resolution to augment the Capital Improvements Capital Project Fund. Excuse me. Items under these funds, this is a new fund in fiscal year 12 that we had brought to you earlier in this fiscal year. Under the Governmental Accounting Standards Board pronouncement 54, the new fund balance accounting, these activities were previously reported in a special revenue fund. They do not qualify to be a special revenue fund, so we are moving those activities to a capital project fund. The increase in $13 million on this allows us to move the funding and the activities from that special revenue fund to this new capital project fund. Again, it is not increasing the expenditure level that this council has authorized. It's housekeeping to allow us to move it from one fund category to another. Item number 15 is similar. This is an augmentation of the Green Building Capital Projects Fund. It is a new fund for fiscal year 12. It was a special revenue fund, not qualifying as a special revenue fund under the GASB 54 pronouncements. So the transfer of the $5 million from a special revenue fund category to a capital fund project category is what this one accomplishes. Item number 60 is a resolution to augment the Municipal Parking Enterprise Fund. In the Municipal Parking Enterprise Fund, $3.5 million is our augmentation on this item, and it is to defease the debt on the Stewart parking garage. That was not originally planned in the fiscal year 12 budget. As part of the Zappo Steel and the sale of City Hall, we found it prudent that we had to relieve the debt on the Stewart garage as part of that transaction. Item 61 is a resolution to augment the Building and Safety Enterprise Fund. The amount on this is $500,000. This is to cover the increase in the fringe benefit rate that began in January of 12 to this fund and was not originally planned that they would be getting that increase in the fringe benefit rate. Item 62, resolution to augment the Automotive Operations Internal Service Fund. This augmentation is required to transfer out $2 million to the Employee Benefits Internal Service Fund. The fund balance in the Automotive Operations Internal Service Fund exceeded its fund balance ceiling as authorized by this council in our budget policies by that $2 million, so we're transferring that excess out. Item number 63 is similar to that. It's a resolution to augment the City Facilities Internal Service Fund. We are transferring out $10 million that's excess above the stated ceiling allowed for the Internal Service Fund to be transferred to the Employee Benefits Internal Service Fund. And finally, we have item 64, augmentation of the Cemetery Operations Permanent Fund. This augmentation is for an increase in the cost of utilities and maintenance that was not planned in the original budget, and this augmentation totals $75,000.
Thank you, Ms. Falder. Questions from council? Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Candace, speaking to 56 and more specifically to 63, and understanding Mr. Fletcher's concern, and I'm sure others' concerns as far as the City of Las Vegas overinflating budgets in order to come back and amend them. Can you speak to 63 first, and then we'll go back to 56 as it relates to the $10 million, the cap, so that we're clear as to why, in fact, this is in place as far as the $10 million?
Thank you. That's a very good question. This council approved our budget policies on operating internal service fund. They are not allowed to maintain more than 10% of the previous year's expenses as a fund balance. That is so that they cannot just keep growing and growing and have this money in fund balance that's obviously taxpayers' money that they can just collect and save. We have limited resources, so we cap those at 10%, making sure that they have sufficient resources to fund ongoing operations, but that they are not just making large savings accounts. Mm-hmm. In this case, there was $10 million because we had our chargeback rate for square footage occupancy was higher than it should have been. We are using it to transfer to the Fringe Benefit Fund because in that fund, what we were charging out to salaries, the rate was too low. So the nexus is, if I had had my rates in balance, the fringe benefit rate would have been higher and the square footage occupancy rate would have been lower. So we're just transferring it between those two funds.
So
We
in
haven't-
essence, it would be a wash.
Yes.
Okay? Continue.
That's what we were doing on item 63. You also had a question on item 57. This was the debt service fund.
56,
56.
the special
50
improvement.
Oh, the Special Improvement District. That was a $3,000. We had not originally planned community outreach meetings that were held on this specific Special Improvement District, and the filing requirements to mail out to our citizens on that.
Where exactly is the SID, the Special Improvement District, in reference? Because I don't see it in my backup.
I'm sorry, I can't answer exactly where Special Improvement District 1507 is. I will make sure I get that.
Yeah, that would be helpful in the future so that as we look at this, I mean, because we're being provided numbers, however, we don't know whose ward it's in, nor what the improvement being done. So I know it may be one additional step for you all, but a step that is helpful for us so that as we read through the backup documentation, we don't have to hold up the council meeting with, encumbering staff to get back with us with information that we could have had in advance. So if you can help us with that, I'll really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Councilman, I think the report that we talked about on augmentations is going to help because this has already happened. I mean, it's not a going forward cost, it's a already happened cost. So I think improving our communication throughout the year is going to address that. Like something like this wouldn't ordinarily come to you an agenda item because it's $3,000 and I have the authority to approve a $3,000 mailing, for instance.
Correct.
So those are the kinds of things that I think it's just, that's why we call these housekeeping items, because they're an obligation for us to report them to the tax commission, but they're very minor in nature, and we have to do these outreach things, for instance, under other parts of state law. So it's not like we couldn't have done what we did, and we still had to pay for it. We need to true up the numbers so that the accounting rules are followed as well. So I think that report that we talked about earlier will help tremendously in that, and if there's additional information that you all would like, I'm happy to discuss that in briefings in the coming weeks so that we make sure you get what you need in a timely manner to make decisions for our corporation.
I appreciate that. And I know not only myself have that concern, but there's other members on the dais that have the same concern as far as just being able to have the complete snapshot of what we're talking about versus having to sit here and guesstimate or have staff get back to us, being that we're discussing it here today.
Thank you for that. We'll make sure that we're much clearer and provide specifics on these agenda summary pages so our taxpayers can see them.
You. Anyone else from council? Mr. Fletcher, did you want to make comment on these items, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Dean Fletcher, President, Las Vegas Firefighters. Thank you for those explanations. I think it will be very helpful in the future, and it goes still back to, and she mentioned it, what all departments are charged for rent. Even though we have built all these buildings and all that, all the departments are charged for rent, which is a hidden roll-up cost, and then the roll-ups of the fringe benefits when they didn't increase it all, especially for the fire department and probably everywhere else because of concessions. So thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion, please, that we now approve items 17 and 56 through 64.
Motion to approve items 56 through 64. Yeah, 56 through 64.
Thank you. Here's the motion, sorry. To approve 56 through 64?
Yeah, they're on consent, so you can do them all together.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
We need a change here on 68.
Okay, hold on,
the
please.
Oh, they did it already? Okay.
Okay.
It's been done.
It's for Councilman Barlow. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the administrative portion, which is item 69.
Good morning, Your Honor, council members. My name is Karen Coyne. I'm your Chief Officer of Public Safety. The item before you today for your consideration and action is an interlocal agreement for inmate housing between the City of Las Vegas and the City of North Las Vegas. I'm going to offer you a brief presentation that will hit the highlights of the purpose, the terms, conditions, payments, and benefits of this interlocal agreement. But before I get too far down the road, I would like to recognize several people in the audience who are here today, some of whom I'd like to invite to the front so that they can be available to make comments if they'd like and be available for answers as well. So with that, on the North Las Vegas team, the Honorable Mayor Sherry Buck, Timothy Hacker, the city manager, Joe Chronister, the police chief, and I'd also like to recognize Deputy Chief Tony Scott, who was instrumental providing direction and leadership to the committee that worked so diligently to develop this proposal. On the city side, we have Chief Michelle Freeman, who was gone the whole time, but she's now back from the National Academy. And in her absence, in the capable hands of Deputy Chief Tim Shatler, he too, on the city side, provided leadership and direction to our team in our work with the committee. Mayor Buck, would you like to make a comment before I start? Sure.
Honorable Mayor, my good friend, and council members, thank you so much for having us here today and for this wonderful opportunity to show our community what we can do together, sharing services, partnering, saving our taxpayers' dollars, working more efficiently together, and at the same time providing great service to all of our residents. So we appreciate your partnership in this, ask for your support, and you know, I want to say publicly to the world, it has been such a pleasure for us, for me over the years to have worked well with you, but to know you personally and to know that you have the same goals that we do. And you're wonderful public servants, and thank you so much for all that you do. We look forward to continued relationships in the future. And I will tell you, your city manager is the second best in the state. She's fantastic. And I believe we have a great city manager, and our chief of police, and your Karen, and those that have worked on this have done such a great job. So thank you. We're proud of you and what you've done and look forward to this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I failed to mention our own city manager. I kind of take for granted that I have a chance to work with her, and she has been really instrumental in helping us push this down the path. Also, I do not want to miss the opportunity to recognize Terry Ponticello from our city attorney's office and Bethany Sanchez, who have put up with relentless adjustments to this agreement and have done so with grace. Thank you so much. So, with that, you know, for 2 years now, the City of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas have been looking at opportunities to share services, none of which really got too much traction until recently. We did enter into an agreement last fall with them for a shared services training coordinator for our fire department. That agreement has since ended. But about 6 or 8 weeks ago, the city manager in North Las Vegas reached out to us and asked if we could put a team together with his to work on an opportunity for us to share detention services. So that's what really brings us here today. Due to a severe and continuing economic downturn in this community, the City of North Las Vegas plans to restructure its corrections operations. Through this agreement then, the City of Las Vegas and the City of North Las Vegas will partner together to provide detention services. So this is a 5-year agreement for your review today with one 6-month extension option. However, we did build into the agreement the opportunity for us mutually to agree at the end of that term that if things are going well and we so choose to continue, we can, for one additional year, renew or by whatever term we agree to. The default portion offers a 30-day cure in the event we issue notice to cure in writing, they as well. A monetary would be defined as non-payment, which we certainly don't expect. These are just general clauses. In the event of a non-payment, and it would go beyond the 30-day cure period, we've built in a 5% penalty for any monies owed. And if that wouldn't satisfy the agreement, there could be a 90-day termination clause. For non-monetary default. It's a 90-day clause with up to an additional 90-day extension, so 180 days. So the conditions. We've agreed that based on our average daily population presently, which we're an organization out of detention and enforcement that's capable of housing up to 1,050 inmates. Our average daily population has been right at 700, so we have capacity. And because of that capacity, we have to be position ready in the event that those beds filled up today. So my point to that is that we're presently incurring costs even though our population is low. So we can accommodate the additional inmates from North Las Vegas, and we've agreed to do so up to 315 inmates, 240 of which would be males, 75 females. North Las Vegas will completely cease operations at their existing facility, so all prisoners arrested by North Las Vegas police officers will be booked into custody at the city detention facility. North Las Vegas, in addition to that, will lease a housing unit from us, which is currently vacant because we've shifted our population, which previously had been fairly spread out at our facility. We've shifted them into other units to create capacity. And then this will allow for North Las Vegas to retain a number of their staff, and I'll let Mr. Hacker comment on the specific number, but that will allow them to retain a number of their staff members to supervise those inmates in that housing unit, and that creates then an opportunity in the future, if they so choose, they'll have a startup team to go back to offering services at their present facility. The city will house and supervise female inmates and any other inmates that may need to be removed from the North Las Vegas housing unit because of a threat to their own safety, the safety of others, or to the staff. So,
excuse me, could you explain what a housing unit is?
A housing unit is where inmates are housed in, where they will sleep, eat, receive medical treatment, etc. That's where they live while they're in custody. You bet. So from a payment perspective, the lease portion of this, we expect as the city to generate about $3.3 million through this lease agreement. There will also be a per diem associated with food, linen, medical, those types of general daily costs. We estimate that to be at $1.82 million. For the supervision of North Las Vegas female inmates, we estimate that revenue enhancement will be $1.6 million for a total revenue enhancement to our existing program in the city of $6.8 million. Now that is a projected number, and it is a variable number. And the reason it's variable is because in the jail business, there are many variables. This is going to be driven by the number of bookings, the average daily population, the ratio of male inmates to female inmates, etc. We feel very confident that at a minimum we will generate $6.8 million in additional revenue, which will offset, again, costs that we are presently incurring. So what are the benefits to this agreement? Far more than are listed here, but I had to summarize. You know, it's incredibly unfortunate that layoffs are impending in the city of North Las Vegas. These are people we know and have worked with, and that's the sad part of this. On the good side, this hybrid model agreement allows both of us, both cities, to preserve jobs, and that's good for our community. It doesn't matter which jurisdictional boundary you function within. North Las Vegas, when we sat down a few weeks back, their goal was to save a minimum of $10 million. We believe that this agreement exceeds that, and I'll let Mr. Hacker speak to the specific of that number. The city experiences a revenue enhancement opportunity, $6.8 million, to offset existing costs, and we project that as about a 15% offset. That's pretty good for us. We do expect it will have minimal impact on our present operations, and I don't want that to be misconstrued because we do have staff members down there who are a little anxious about what these impacts will truly be. We do have a few vacant positions that we do plan to fill. We would have filled those anyway, so we think that will help. We don't expect a huge impact, and the reason for this is because we are position ready for those 1,050 inmates every single day as it is. We will take a wait-and-see approach. We've committed to communicate regularly about what those impacts are, and we'll be prepared to react to them. And then, finally, this is just, as the mayor mentioned, an incredible community partnership, and we're excited for the opportunity. So with that, unless there are any questions, I would like to give Mr. Hacker an opportunity to speak, and Chief Chronister, if he would like to speak, and certainly the mayor, if she'd like to make any other comments, and I'll be available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have some questions. Pardon? Pardon? Question here from Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you. Karen, as far as the chain of command, when the two are working together, our folks report to our chief, and the North Las Vegas detention officers report to the North Las Vegas chief. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the second question is, combining these two and putting them together is not going to affect a law enforcement officer out in the field that needs to book somebody. It's not going to keep them from arresting someone because we are combining these two facilities, and somebody may think that we're overpopulating our detention facility, which may cause an officer in the field to say, well, I can't book somebody because there's no room. Is that, can you just explain that?
Certainly. There are two issues I'd like to discuss with respect to that. One, there is a provision within this agreement that makes it very clear that city inmates will come first. As ironic as it is, it wasn't but maybe 6 years or so ago that I stood before this body, and some of the faces have changed. However, I was pleading to the body then to assist us in considering getting out of the jail bed contracting business, because our inmate population after a 10-year growth period was escalating at 65%. We were finding ourselves in a situation with our municipal court judges where we were having to implement depopulation protocol. Not a good situation. So we had to protect ourselves and make sure that our city inmates will come first. And we've agreed that in the event that happens, we will work together to find options for North Las Vegas. As far as the booking process, North Las Vegas's present booking facility, I believe, is just over 3 miles from our booking facility. So I don't really see it as a major issue. However, we do have a performance measure within D&E where we set the measure as 80% of the time we want to return our booking officers from the time they complete their paperwork and hand it across the desk to the law enforcement support technician, and then that paperwork is handed back to them so they may leave and go back to their patrol area, 15 minutes. We've been tracking that for years, and we're exceeding that goal in the 90th percentile. So I am very confident that we can handle any increased volume.
Any other questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
How many miles was that, Karen?
I believe it's just over 3.
You
were right.
Just over 3
you were
miles?
Right.
Mayor,
Just for clarification.
Mayor, permission to go down there.
Oh, my goodness. Please, Mr. Hacker. I would welcome Chief as well.
Yeah, sure.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, it is with great pleasure that we stand here looking at this joint venture in partnering with our sister city, the City of Las Vegas. I think the Mayor, Buck, did a great job of outlining that. I'm going to try to stay at that 30,000-foot level where I'm more comfortable and that my mentor, Betsy Fretwell, has suggested I stay. So, Chief, we'll get into those details. As far as the numbers of staff that we're going to be able to save. And I think that's the focus here is we're going to save jobs and we're going to run more efficiently and we're going to continue to show the folks up in Carson City that we know how to do our business and we know how to do our business very efficient. That's really where we're at this point. I think it provides us as a community with a lot of freedom and flexibility moving forward. And in the future years, if the economy starts rolling back, if it's best for both of us to look at other arrangements, bringing things back in-house, this allows us to do that. And that was really foremost in our thoughts, is to maintain that kind of operational level. I'd be remiss if I didn't congratulate Chief Chronister and his staff for the job that they did in sitting down with your staff and negotiating, and my thanks to Karen Coyne and her staff as well for just being so open and so professional in these undertakings. So with that, I have a question for the
Thank
manager.
you. Yes.
Your Honor.
Councilman Cobb.
Thank you, Your Honor. Manager, the only number that concerns me, and I think we've covered a lot in briefings and things, is the salary issue. The men and women who are working for you that are going to be in our unit are going to be making about, position for position, about $5,000 more per year than ours, doing the same work. And in fact, I think ours are being asked to, or maybe have agreed to, a small decrease in salary coming up. I can't recall, so I don't want to get hung out too far on that, but I believe that's to be true. If those salaries were the same, how close would you have been to reaching agreement, accommodations, and all that? In other words, if your salaries were in line with the Las Vegas salaries, what difference would it make in your financial picture?
Honorable Mayor, to the council member.
Speak up, please. I can't hear you.
I don't believe it would have been enough to address our inefficiencies, and that's really what we're dealing with. Is the way our facility was constructed, it's antiquated and it's relatively inefficient. So even if there had been salary rollbacks, frankly, we couldn't have continued, and the chief can probably give more detail on that, but we couldn't continue operations as is. The unfortunate reality is here in Southern Nevada that there was a lot of competition for quality staff, and we all got caught up in that. And frankly, that is an issue that we need to continue to address, I think, mutually, as far as what will the market bear and what is something that we can sustain going forward. So I really do appreciate you acknowledging the disparity there, and it's something that we are cognizant of and will be working to address in the future.
I don't think they're overvalued. I mean, I think we really have a situation where we're, a little underpaying here on our guys. So I think it's one of those things that just, eventually it'll reach a balance, I assume, in your case, because eventually you're going to have a financial solution, which is probably going to rectify a lot of this. Okay, thank you.
And again, too, because we do feel we're your partners here, what was the estimate, or what do you estimate that you will be saving by this joint venture?
Thank you, Mayor, for reminding me of that. We hope the first year to realize a little over $11 million, maybe $11.5 million in savings, and then it will increase because of the separation costs for that first year for those individuals are going to be impacted with layoffs that the chief can give you the details on. Will grow to nearly $16 million there out. So it's really helps us, as we have not seen a dramatic change in our revenue streams and recouping to the days gone past, that when we look at challenges of $30+ million this fiscal year, don't see a lot of change in the revenue streams next year. So this really goes a long way to help us solve that issue.
Thank you. And the projection of numbers of employees that will not be able to be retained in this area?
If you wouldn't mind, Mayor, I'd like to turn that over to
Thank you. Chief, welcome.
Honorable Mayor and Council, appreciate this opportunity to be here to speak before you. Unfortunately, we're looking at roughly about 80 to 85 employees will not leave the facility and move forward with employment with the City of North Las Vegas. We will be able to save, however, 46 employees for our detention component. Of those 46 employees, 41 of them will be commissioned and 5 of them will be non-commissioned personnel that will move over into the City of Las Vegas facility. I think, Councilman, to answer your question a little bit more specifically, we were looking at a budget next year at our detention center of about $31 million. And as a result of that, yes, obviously personnel costs are a significant amount of that. However, one of the things that also was significant in that as well was a medical contract that we deal with regular and ongoing that obviously escalates that you have to require for those conditions of confinement. I don't think that that $5,000 difference would have been that significant in the fact that our department had to have a budget reduction plan of $18 million. However, it would have been assisting us as we move forward with that budget gap that we knew we were going to experience. Our facility previously, 24 months ago, we had 1,000 prisoners that we were keeping in our detention facility. Of those, less than half of those were North Las Vegas inmates. The majority of those at that time were federal inmates that we were contracting out. With the building of the facility in Pahrump, it eliminated the need for the federal government to utilize us in that capacity. We've seen our local inmate population go down from 500 to now we average right between 250 and roughly about 270 inmates a day that we're responsible for in the City of North Las Vegas. in doing so. But, you know, one of the great points here that I just have to make is I even talk to our own people there that, you know, if a criminal commits a crime in the city of North Las Vegas, you will go to jail. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Yeah, that will happen. We're grateful for this opportunity to partner with the city of Las Vegas. We think both of us will be able to learn from one another. I know the question was asked earlier by Mayor Pro Tem Anthony about, you know, command structure, chain of command. You know what? These men and women are going to work together each and every day so that we're successful in what it is that we're going to do, so we can continue to make sure that that success breeds success for the department, is the city, and this valley as a whole. We have agreed regionally to work together. City of Henderson, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, City of Las Vegas, and North Las Vegas to continue to meet regionally on detention enforcement or detention services so that we can ensure that we continue to work together and use a force multiplier with one another.
Mayor?
Councilman Barlow?
Chief, thank you so very much for that. As a point of clarification, you mentioned 80 to 88 employees will be laid off?
Yes, sir.
And 46 will be retained?
That is correct.
That will come over to the city of Las Vegas. Stuart Mojave, Karen?
That's correct.
Okay. And so there's so roughly approximately 134 employees?
That number continues to be fluid. Since even the last 30 days, we've had a number of employees that have now put in their paperwork to retire. We also have had a number that have accepted jobs in other municipalities or in other areas that are resigning and moving on. That number, just like I said, in the last 30 days, I know that that's decreased by at least 15, if not more. We're still working with our folks as well right now, trying to help them out, talking to the state of Nevada, High Desert, to try to see if the potential exists that they could utilize some of the services of these folks as well. But we've had them go to the county, we've had them over in the city of Henderson, go to work in their detention facility as well. And then, as I said, some folks are deciding, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and retire and move on from there. But conservatively, that number is right there between 80 to 85. Could go down a little bit more if somebody else were to gain some sort of employment between now and
right.
in the
The point I was getting at is roughly 134 employees total, and your inmate day-to-day population was 270, which almost matched one-to-one ratio.
We absolutely, I apologize, I didn't catch on to that. You're exactly right. We were actually running an inmate to officer ratio in our detention center. It was right at about 2.5 to 1.
Right. And traditionally, from a public safety standpoint, what is the ratio, for example, in our region?
I can tell you the American Jail Association, they try to keep that number between 5 and 6 is the number that they recommend that be kept.
5 to 6
inmates
to every one
corrections
officer.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because I just picked up on that when you mentioned how many of your employees will be laid off with the total, and how many are actually housed within your population today.
Absolutely, a new business model, business plan needed to be brought forth as it related to our correction services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Klein.
Mayor, I would just like to let the chief know and city manager that those 11 positions that I mentioned earlier that we have vacancies for at detention and enforcement, our intent is to launch a lateral recruitment. So I hope that you'll take that information back. We'd love to pick up as many of your folks as we could.
Councilman Anthony?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as you all know, law enforcement and corrections work is the same wherever you do it. It doesn't matter where in the country, it's still police work or corrections work. So to take two separate entities that are basically doing the same thing and putting them into one location to save money and to save jobs is a great thing. I mean, we need to be doing these sorts of things. And so philosophically, it's the right thing to do, and it sounds like you've all been working really hard on the nuts and bolts and specifics to get this done. So I think this is a win-win for everybody, and I'm looking forward to trying it. I just want to clarify, the North Las Vegas City Council has approved this particular item?
It will actually be on our agenda this evening.
Okay, so they will be following our lead if we approve this today? Okay, thanks.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor, and to both mayors. Karen, can you move just a skosh there? This is much bigger, and I think some of us are a little mushy here in Kumbaya, but this is a bigger message, and Mr. Hacker, I think you hit it on the head when you mentioned those folks in Carson City, that we know what we're doing and we know how to take care of us here at home, and I think that's significant in a number of ways. Both of you mayors are members of the Nevada League of Cities, and I think this is a message sent clearly throughout this state, and hopefully other states, that the municipalities and hopefully the counties in this state can work together to help solve each other's issues or work together to deal with them. This whole entire country is under this economic slump. We get that. But what is good for North Las Vegas is good for the city of Las Vegas. What's bad for North Las Vegas is bad for the city of Las Vegas. That's just all there is to it. So this is much bigger for me, and I have to share this with you. I did receive an email from one of my constituents that said this was a scam, that North Las Vegas has a whole lot of money, and this is just, you know, and I want to assure the residents of both the city of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas, that's not the case. We are very, very much involved with each other as cities, certainly as our role at the League of Cities. And we're in communication constantly. City managers are talking to each other. Public works directors are talking to each other, for crying out loud. That's how we operate. So it's much bigger than that. Chief, I want to say this to you about those employees that unfortunately may get laid off or may find a home somewhere else. Thank you for going the extra mile for them. Because it doesn't matter, and Chief, Karen, you mentioned this, and that's in regards to boundaries. It doesn't matter whether the job's here in the city of Las Vegas or the job's in North Las Vegas or in Clark County, unincorporated Clark County or Henderson. This is our valley. These are our families. These are our friends. And we have to do what's right for the residents in these communities. So this is much bigger for me than just let's share some jail space, let's share some jail beds, let's put prisoners here, prisoners there. Chief, you kind of hit it on the head too. If you commit a crime in North Las Vegas, you'll find a jail to put them in. That's kind of what, and that's how it is. But I want the residents of both of our cities to recognize we are working together for the benefit of both of our communities. Thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
Beautifully said. Councilman Barlow.
Never thought about it that way. Karen, you said something that I was going to allude to as far as the lateral hiring from North Las Vegas, because with the unemployment, although it has come down in the state of Nevada, I read where Las Vegas, the unemployment actually ticked up a little bit, and so having the opportunity to pick up some of the 80 to 88 roughly employees from North Las Vegas and bringing them over to the city, I think would be very beneficial, because that would save us from having to conduct an academy. And so therefore, the learning curve would be very minor, and also it would keep these great employees employed, although making a little bit less than what they're making today, but yet and still they will have a job to continue to keep food on their table and a roof over their head, while, you know, until times get better to where they can, you know, move forward, you know, across the valley, for that matter, as far as raises and increases and things of that nature. But at least they will be employed, and it will divert any foreclosures or any other rippling effects of what comes after, you know, an individual losing their job. And I think that would be very key, and that would be something that I'll be very supportive of, however we work that out as a collective body.
And thank you for your support on that. Mayor, if I could, before there may be a motion taken, to kind of illustrate that there are a number of variables we deal with in the jail business, and the fact that this agreement came together very quickly, and our teams are still working every single minute on details, and we expect to continue to refine this as we travel down the road. But I do have an amendment to the Exhibit A that was submitted in the original backup documentation. After extensive conversation, we are going to shift from leasing Unit 1 to North Las Vegas to leasing Unit 3. And so I just have submitted an update to that and would ask that you include that in your motion as amended.
Look, let me just jump in, Mayor, if you don't mind, while you pass that out.
Yes.
And Karen, just explain the difference between the two, 1
Well,
versus 3.
You know, I may have to rely on some of my experts, but it has to do with it's related to proximity to the transportation area. We want to make it more convenient. North Las Vegas, in the agreement, is responsible for transferring all of their inmates with their own transportation team back and forth to court. They will take them at the time of release back to North Las Vegas for release, and Unit 3 is just a little more convenient for their operation. So we want to accommodate that. I think that kind of hit it. Thank you.
Okay, and also in your diagram, you only have listed Unit 3, so we don't know where Unit 1, 2 is located or what the other boxes represent. So if you could just help us from a visual standpoint understand what you just passed out would be helpful.
Good morning. Michelle Freeman. If you look to the left, Unit 3 and Unit 1 pretty much mimic each other, so they're really a duplicate of the units. There really is not much change at all, much difference.
Can you just place it on the overhead?
And can you just tell us which one is Unit 1? Because we do see 3 on this.
Can you see it? Okay. So this right here.
Turn it. Turn it.
Can you turn it?
Yes. Yes.
More.
Keep
Going?
Turning. Keep turning.
Keep
Okay,
going.
I can't see,
Perfect.
so
Right
I'm not that stupid. Excuse me.
All right,
Okay, right here. Thank you. So
Yes.
this right here is Unit 1. So really what it is this building right here is Unit 1 and Unit 2. This building is Unit 3 and Unit 4. They mimic each other for the most part. So Unit 1 and Unit 3 are pretty much the same exact buildings as far as the way that they're set up. Logistically, Unit 3 will work better for North Las Vegas for several reasons, operationally, and I don't know that we need to disclose all that information. I'd be more than happy to. But just as far as some of the...
In relation to intake.
Intake, Unit 3 here, and intake is down here, this like grade area building. That would be our intake area. So it's a little bit closer to the... Well, actually, I'm sorry, that's the release area. Intake is right... I don't even know where it is. Right here. So the releasing area, which is where we're going to do our releases, and North Las Vegas is going to do their releases as well. And then the intake area would be right here.
Okay.
So, and then where we would leave, we would exit through this area over here. But logistically as well, not just that, some of the setups is going to be more accommodating for North Las Vegas in that manner. There's some gun lockers that are going to be more accessible to them in that area behind that building instead of the other unit.
Not accommodations like flat screen TVs and gyms.
No,
and
unfortunately, we
different things
haven't
like
moved up to that at this point.
that. Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman
Chief, please come back. Chief, could you please tell us if you counted this number of cells needed to make sure you've got the usual religious and dietary separations, and at least in the kitchen, and also protective custody, mental health. Are we going to be spilling over because of those things? I mean, do we have a real count? Because I'm worried, there's little things that aren't thought of, and then all of a sudden we may have to go to another unit just to make sure we've got enough beds.
Absolutely. And the team did a wonderful job on looking into the future and seeing what some of the needs are going to be. We've been in the jail business for a while, and fortunately, we already had a little bit of this when we had CCDC come. We have a little bit of a different setup now based on the needs, and we can also make some adaptations if necessary. But we absolutely did look into the isolation space, the segregation space, the necessity for potential if North Las Vegas needs some assistance with that space. We will go ahead and offer the assistance and then also supervise those inmates if isolation is deemed appropriate and necessary.
What about the other characteristics of this new population? Racial, gang? You have to have some separation that occurs outside and some inside. What do you do there?
We're going to continue business the way we do. We've been able to run the jail effectively for many years, and North Las Vegas has been a wonderful partner. We work hand in hand with them. We communicate on a routine basis. We have a lot of the same philosophies, if not more than a lot. And so I feel very comfortable that we're going to be able to do all that we need to do in classifying our inmates and accommodating and making sure that everybody is out of harm's way.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions here? I would certainly like to say I thank our team, thank your team. I mean, this really is about partnership, safety, and our communities and serving our people. And so for those of us who sit on the Las Vegas side and those of you on the North Las Vegas side, this is just what should be. And I couldn't agree more with my colleagues in their comments. We're delighted to have this happen, and hopefully we can extend further ways that we can help at this time that you might have need for, but always caring about the people we serve, all of us. It's the most important piece. So I'm just really delighted. And Mr. Fowler, and I see him out of the corner of my eye. I'm not sure this is public comment time, but he puts in his time here. So would you like to make a quick comment?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I would like to know what is the standard capacity of our detention center?
We have a capacity of 1,050 beds.
And what is the maximum capacity that you're allowed?
1,050.
Well, and this is the thing. When they threw me in jail, they didn't even have any more cots. They threw pads or blankets down and we slept on the floor. And the medical accommodations were non-existent. So I do not want to see this deteriorate back to those conditions again. And even more than that, when they built this facility, they tore out our trail along the freeway there. And as far as I'm concerned, they can tear this place down and give me my trail back.
Thank you. Okay, I would entertain a motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to approve the interlocal agreement for inmate housing between the cities of North Las Vegas and Las Vegas with Amendment 1, Exhibit A.
Thank you. There's a Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And we wish you and your council and your staff and everybody in North Las Vegas our very best. Motion's unanimous. Thank you. Good luck tonight. Thank you. And now we will move on to item 70.
I thought Val Sharp, LVCEA president, I thought when it said discussion that there would be an opportunity for the public to discuss. If I could just make a few comments, I would appreciate it.
If you would keep them brief, yes, please.
I will be brief.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say the laudatory comment you made about the North Las Vegas City Mayor, I think could be made about you, and I'm glad to reflect that back to you. My only comment is the LVCEA, since we have employees at the jail, we'd like to be somewhat involved in this. I believe that Karen had made that comment that we would be, so for the public record, I just wanted to assure that that would occur. And we are in favor of this kind of a partnership relationship because we've been through it too. And so I think it's a good thing that the council has done. Sorry about the people that have to go out the door. We've got employees in the same boat. So I'm looking forward to working with you in any way that we can as the leadership of the CEA to make sure that the physical accommodations are made for our employees.
That's a lovely positive statement. Thank you, Ms. Coyne.
I just wanted to address it. Val, I do apologize. You're absolutely right. We know we could never even function in this business without our support group. And we don't truly know what the impact will be, but they were on our committee and they brought great insight to the table as we developed this agreement. So as we get down the road, if we determine that we're struggling in those areas, like I mentioned earlier, we'll certainly evaluate that. We're going to keep those lines of communication open. Thank you.
Thank you, Val, very much. And great job, and this is an exciting time. So we will move on to agenda item number 70 now, discussion for possible action regarding the Ninth Amendment to the Project Management and Consulting Agreement by and between City Parkway 5, Inc., Office District Parking 1, Inc., and Newland Real Estate Group, LLC, to extend the term of the project management services through March 31st, 2013, and reimburse Newland for their third-party expenses for parcels located in Symphony Park at the intersection of Grand Central Parkway and Bonneville Avenue. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow and Ms. Strong. Good morning again.
Good morning. Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. I'm pleased to bring you forward this agreement for project management in Symphony Park for next fiscal year. Before getting into the business of the item, I would like to thank all of our partners in Symphony Park. As you see it unfold in the development, it's really transforming not only our downtown, but the whole Las Vegas Valley. Part of the partnership has been with an important partner in Newland Real Estate Group. Since 2005, Newland has been our on-site project manager and acting somewhat as a development arm of the city and helping us with development negotiations as well as with on-site project management, construction management. Symphony Park, as you know, is a huge undertaking of the city. It's the most ambitious redevelopment project we've ever had as a city and arguably the most ambitious project in the state of Nevada. So because of that, we've needed to engage since 2005 some extra help that specializes in land development activities, and we found Newland to be the perfect partner. I'd like to thank them for their partnership. And with that introduction, I'd also like to invite Sam Gladstein of Newland Real Estate Group, who's with us today, to speak on behalf of Newland. This item before you today is for funding project management, both for Newland, their staffing that is helping us with the scope of work for this upcoming fiscal year, for the first 3 quarters of the year, and I'll speak to that. It also funds additional costs related to marketing, engineering, on-site maintenance and utilities, managing an owners association. Managing Symphony Park is a bit like managing a large master plan like a Summerlin or a Green Valley, but compress that rather than sprawling over a large piece of land. It's on a central piece of land in an urban center of the city on 61 acres, so there's a lot involved with that. So Newland's going to help with that. There's some critical things that need to be done next year, specifically converting an exclusivity agreement with Citra Development for the new skilled nursing facility and senior housing project to a development agreement. Also coordinating that project and the development as far as the architecture and the plans with our other partners. So certainly a lot of additional discussions need to take place with the Smith Center, with the Cleveland Clinic and our other partners to make sure that the design not only meets the design standards that are required of every project in Symphony Park, but that also fit in the character of the park and are a great amenity and a great complement to other projects in Symphony Park like the fine architecture at Smith Center. So there's additional work that needs to be done there. We're also working on surface parking for the Smith Center. We have a lot of surface parking, as you know, and hopefully any patrons of the Smith Center that are here in the audience or listening today have found parking to be fairly easy and straightforward. We're going to make it even easier. We're adding some additional surface parking on parcel M4 where previously a construction trailer sat. We're also looking at surface parking parcel B, which if you're entering the Symphony Park campus off of Symphony Park Drive, your first parcel on the right, which is currently fenced, we're going to add additional surface parking there, and Newland's going to be critical in helping us oversee the installation of that parking. We have a pedestrian bridge, as you know, that's going in on Symphony Park, tying in our 500 Main Street garage in the Symphony Park. So coordinating that with our Public Works Department, making sure the environmentals for any soil that's removed are handled properly and coordinated is important work, and they're going to continue to be in eyes or ears out on the site to help us with that. They're also going to look to do an amendment to the design standards to reflect where Symphony Park is headed overall, and that's really the sum of the work. They're also going to coordinate our marketing efforts. The cost for this 9-month engagement for Newland is $394,737.61. That involves 3 staff, 2 of which are completely, for the most part, full-time and devoted to the project, and then Rita Brandon, who's an executive who's been engaged for the project for some time, is going to also be engaged on the project as well. In addition, a large line item of the project is $360,000 for marketing. And I would say that this is not only marketing and public relations for Symphony Park, but it's marketing and public relations for downtown. As you know, as a city, we don't spend a lot on marketing. That's not our thing. That's not what we do. We certainly have a great communications department. We do wonderful public relations. But marketing a project to the scale, we needed some additional help. So we have a wonderful partner in Fess Foley Warren that's engaged and not only supporting public relations activities for Symphony Park, but also supporting public relations activities for downtown. We have a downtown campaign that's really starting to turn a lot of eyes. We're getting incredible visitation downtown through a partnership with the Alliance, where they're funding some additional work out of their own coffers. They're looking to study that to see what the true visitation is and how the perception of downtown is changing and being able to quantify that. So some of this money is not only supporting Symphony Park, but also that broader effort. There is a line item budget in the backup. It was as part of the backup and it was available to the public, but I do apologize, the font is very small, so it would have been easy to overlook that in the volume of paper that was supported as part of the supporting documentation. But there is a line item budget entitled Symphony Park FY 2013 operating costs 6/9/2012. It outlines all those line item costs that I mentioned needed for the project. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. And again, I'd like to invite Sam Gladstein from Newland up to the dais in case you have any questions of Newland. And again, thank Newland for their continued support at Symphony Park and look forward to a successful year for fiscal 13.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Sam Gladstein, Newland Real Estate Group, Vice President of Operations. I'll be brief. Bill laid out everything very clearly. Newland would like to thank you for your consideration of this project management agreement extension. We worked very closely with Bill and his staff to make sure that this agreement extension was very reasonable in nature and took into consideration the budgets available at the Economic and Urban Development Department, all while making sure that the vision of Symphony Park is fully covered over the next 9-month period, and that certain items that are very important for the completion of Symphony Park get laid out in the event that Newland, when Newland agreement is over in March, that we're able to hand these items off to the city staff so that they will be able to manage these items in a very efficient manner. With that being said, Newland is proud to have been serving the city since late 2005. We look forward to this opportunity for the next 9 months and helping the city realize its vision and the importance of Symphony Park and the growth of downtown Las Vegas. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? I would like to ask, is part of your charge to help to continue to bring in new investors into the property?
Yes, that never stops, Mayor. In fact, last week we took phone calls from 2 different investment groups. We will be meeting with one on the 29th, and as usual, we're vetting them out on your behalf to make sure that the program that they hope to bring is reasonable and that they are a financeable group with real aspirations and real potential to bring a project to Symphony Park.
And second question, as part of your charge to go ahead with those who are already committed to helping in the 61 acres, to follow up to see where they stand and encourage them to get moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. We're in constant communication with Cleveland Clinic. As Mr. Arndt also mentioned, we will be working with Citra Development to make sure that we get them from this exclusive negotiation agreement that they're in now to a development agreement by December of this year. In addition, we talk to Charlie Palmer on a regular basis, and we're in constant communication with Forest City, including Cordish, all the development team, all the development partners at Symphony Park.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments from council? I would entertain a motion then, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you so very much. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. We're thrilled. We're looking forward to the next months ahead. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
And our best to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. We'll move on now to item number 71 for possible action regarding development projects currently under contract or negotiation, other projects in to provide an overview of program and initiatives. This is all wards, and Mr. Art, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go over what we're doing in our downtown for projects supported by both Economic and Urban Development as well as our Public Works Department. Really, right now, we're really kind of taking a two-tiered strategy. We're certainly focusing a lot on our urban core. We're also looking at how do we make citywide investments to spur new business development and economic development. So today, while today we're focusing on downtown, at an upcoming council meeting, we're going to show a look at what we're doing outside of downtown in some of the city neighborhoods to support business development. So today we're focusing on downtown, some of the investments, and I'm going to kind of go through a quick slide presentation and then turn it over to our Public Works Director, Jorge Cervantes, who's going to show the investments that we're making downtown. And that's really the key word here is investments. When we make expenditures, whether it be through our department or through Public Works, we're really doing it with an eye on investment. What is this going to do for the private sector? How is it going to stimulate new private investment? So with that, I'm going to jump right into it. Symphony Park, we just heard the operating agreement for next year. We had a really good year, finishing a lot of the infrastructure. This is a shot of City Parkway, which is the main thoroughfare coming in sort of the side door or back door of Symphony Park. While most people today have been coming in through the front door off of Grand Central Parkway and Symphony Park Drive, long-term, the main traffic circulation through Symphony Park is coming in City Parkway. So this was incredibly important. We finished all the wet and dry utilities beneath City Parkway. You see there the road, and this is going to really lay the groundwork for getting the rest of those private parcels developed. The Smith Center has been a wonderful partner for the city. There you see all the investment that we've done. Certainly we put money into the facility itself through some special sources like the rental car tax, some infrastructure with Symphony Park itself, the $32 million in bonds, which we're supporting through redevelopment agency funds, remediation work, surface parking. We also put money from the agency itself into the building. But more importantly, what this is doing for the city is it's really being a catalyst for the entire region. Restaurant patronage across downtown has gone up dramatically. I think in some instances, some restaurants it's maybe even exceeded these, but this is the numbers on average that we're seeing. The patronage has really exceeded the Smith Center projections, which is important because the city's not funding the operations. The Smith Center is funding the operations. So the fact that the inside of the building is moving along just as well as the outside is really important for the city. It has had a good economic impact as well. There are a lot of full-time employees as well as part-time employees working on the project. Cleveland Clinic, I think this is maybe something that's not well known throughout the city, is there are a lot of patients coming in and out of the facility. They're seeing 200 new patients and 500 returning patients per month. So certainly a big part of their focus is on research, clinical trials, but it's increasingly becoming a patient care center. And that's really important as we look to work on expanding what other areas of medicine and areas of excellence that Cleveland Clinic can introduce to both Symphony Park as well as the city.
And it is the first step of substantive medical tourism. People are coming in from around the world for assessment and help and family counseling. So it really is, I mean, we finally have something that we can grasp in medical tourism.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for pointing that out. Again, we have a lot of project commitments, and while you don't see vertical construction, we have developers spending money on their projects on all the pre-development. Those projects include the Charlie Palmer Hotel. You see there at the top of the slide. The middle, you see Newlands planned residential. At the bottom, you see an artistic rendering of the planned hotel casino for Forest City. And then, of course, our arena project, which we continue to work on to try to get it over the finish line. We're working together very closely with Cordish on the financial package. We do have a full set of design drawings, and working eagerly to move that project forward. So a lot to look forward to in Symphony Park. Zappos corporate headquarters, this, in a word, promises kept. We set out on an ambitious project to have Zappos move their headquarters downtown and move into our old City Hall. They've closed escrow. What that's meant is we've had roughly $46 million of building and garage go on the tax rolls that was previously tax exempt. So we're seeing a benefit right away. Long term, the benefit is going to be dramatic. They're working on plans to have a demo permit out by July. Their design review is underway, and they're on schedule to finish the renovation of the building. Their goal is for October of 2013. In the interim, they're moving employees into the building at 302 Carson. They're moving 230 employees into the building at 302 Carson. So they're so eager to be here that they couldn't wait for their new building to be done. They're moving employees downtown on a temporary basis. But for our partnership, the partnership on City Hall is going very well, and we'll be certain to update you regular briefings on how that progresses. Downtown casino hotel renovations. There's an article in today's paper about downtown gaming numbers turning heads, that we're starting to see more better gaming numbers out of casino properties. Visitation is up, and there's certainly there's some fine numbers behind the numbers, but what that speaks to is the real renewed interest in visiting downtown and staying downtown, which is part of what we need to be having a healthy economy. There you see just a list of all the new investments. Significant thing here, these are all private investments. We're not putting city money into these projects. The private money is following the public investment. For the D, El Cortez, Golden Gate, the Grand, the Plaza, all these private properties are making significant investments in their facilities, some of whom haven't made a major investment in some time. So that's really another indicator of the health of the market downtown and the environment that we're creating for businesses to be successful. Forest City, we continue to work on their two-tiered project where they're really straddling both sides of the railroad. They have the hotel casino project in Symphony Park, which is on the top of the slide in light blue that you see there. The bottom is a 5-city block campus, where one of the city blocks, of course, we're standing and sitting in today in our new City Hall. They continue to work on new office projects, new retail projects, and they, of course, developed the transit terminal for the RTC. We're working very closely with them to try to get that next office building launched. There's a lot of interest from multiple parties, so we work very closely with them. They're also looking at additional feasibility for the hotel casino. That segment of the market is probably turning a little slower than some of the other segments, but they're still committed. They've closed escrow on the purchase, so they own the land. They have a big investment on both sides of the railroad, and we're working very closely with Forest City to get that next project going. Federal Justice Tower, this, as you know, expanded from a smaller building to a larger building. The civil plans are under review. They've actually I just got an update since I submitted this slide presentation where they've actually just got some permits approved for core and shell, so they're going to be moving forward soon on the vertical construction for the project. The significance of this is it really is one of the keys of the city's strategy for downtown, making sure that the entire legal and criminal justice community locates downtown because they need to be downtown and they want to be downtown. We have both federal courthouses. It's becoming increasingly difficult to get from one end of the valley to the other. So that's what's helping drive a lot of office demand for law firms, insurance firms, and certainly the government tenants in this building are going to be important to help further drive that demand. And the nice thing about this project is we are getting taxes. It's a private builder, so we're going to get taxes throughout the project and a nice big pop once the construction is complete. The Entertainment District and the Arts District are doing really well. You see projects come before you through our facade program almost every meeting. Some of the recent ones, Commonwealth, 601 Fremont, that's progressing nicely to where they're going to open their first venue in the fall. Rick's Restoration, which we had a ribbon cutting for recently, and the Velveteen Rabbit New Urban Lounge in the Arts District. So things are going well in both districts. I know there was an annual meeting last night in 18B, the Arts District, where we heard of 2 new businesses that had just opened in the Arts District. So it's embarrassing to say we're actually having a hard time keeping up with all the new business openings in some of these districts. So I'm delighted to report on the districts doing really well. Parking, wanted to give you a brief snapshot, and I think we'll do a fuller briefing at an upcoming item or a council briefing. We've made a big shift in consolidating parking operations into economic and urban development. We hired a new financial supervisor. We're bifurcating collections for general city collections and parking. We're doing that strategically because there are a lot of nuances to parking that don't relate to the other operations of the city. So it's really a one-stop shop customer service center, much like we've done at the Development Services Center. We've also moved all parking enforcement staff, and certainly like to thank Chief Coyne and everyone in detention enforcement, as well as our parking enforcement staff. We have a great team there, and it's really helped to make a smooth transition. Business park development, we opened recently a family health center with Nevada Health Centers in Enterprise Park. It's a beautiful facility. We're also working on moving forward construction for Dollar General, a new limited service grocery store in Enterprise Park. And then there's also a skilled nursing facility that's under design review right now with planning for Las Vegas Tech Center. So what little land we do have left in our business parks, we're seeing a lot of activity and projects moving forward. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Jorge, who's going to run through some of the things that are happening with our capital improvements for Public Works.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. As Bill had indicated, we've got quite a significant investment that we're doing into our infrastructure downtown to help stimulate some of the redevelopment that's occurring. Some of this investment includes streetscape type improvement projects where we're making our sidewalks more pedestrian friendly by doing wider tree-lined sidewalks in the downtown area. In this particular picture, you can see the work recently completed along Bonneville and Clark where we did that type of improvement. Also doing the curb extensions at the intersections so that pedestrians having to cross the intersections don't cross as wide of a street, making it safer. This particular corridor here, we included the green bike lanes as we try to incorporate multimodal transportation in downtown, not just taking care of our cars, but making sure we got good facilities for pedestrians and also bicyclists in the downtown area. There are several other corridors in the downtown that we are currently under design that will be starting construction in the very near future. Those include 3rd Street, Garces Avenue, Bridger Avenue, Ogden Avenue, and the south side of Stewart. On the Stewart corridor in particular, we've got those overhead lines that are along the corridor that will be undergrounding, so we'll get rid of that unsightly view there. The Main Street Commerce Couplet project is a project that is similar to what we did at Bonneville and Clark. The intent is to grab Main Street and Commerce and make them a one-way pair, and to grab what's today a wide 4-lane street and narrow that street down by making it one-way, giving us the opportunity to really make some very wide sidewalks where those businesses along that corridor have the opportunity to have outside seating if they're a restaurant, have exhibition of their artwork if it's an art studio, and really liven that area and make it more useful for pedestrians. This picture here shows a section of Main Street just south of Charleston where you see 2 lanes in each direction, a bike lane, parking on both sides, and those wider tree-lined sidewalks.
What is the schedule to begin those, please, Mr. Cervantes?
Mayor, we're looking at doing it in 2 phases. The first phase would take us from the south end off of Las Vegas Boulevard down to just where Lewis is, just in front of City Hall. We are submitting for a Tiger Grant, which is a federal appropriation. We should know by the end of this month whether we're awarded that. It's a $26 million investment. If we do get that investment, we will finish up design and try to start construction sometime next year. If we don't, we still continue pursuing funding sources to try to get the money to do that project.
Thank you.
One of the things that we did is we identified First Street as being our main pedestrian connector between the entertainment district and the arts district. And so we're doing improvements along Main Street to provide a good connection where pedestrians feel comfortable walking between those 2 anchor points. This corridor passes by the current City Hall here. It passes by the Transportation Center. And so on this section of First Street, we're putting additional emphasis to really make it suitable for pedestrian activity. We've done the first section that went from Boulder Avenue down to Huber, and that's been completed. And you can see here a rendering of what that looks like. Again, the wider sidewalks, the bulb outs at the intersections, and because the emphasis on pedestrians, we have included mid-block crossings on this section so that folks want to get back and forth between the businesses, it's safe for them to do so.
Mayor? Jorge, if you don't mind going back to the previous slide, thank you. I've been in some cities, Jorge, and you tell me if in fact this is something that we can consider, specifically out front of the city hall and the parking garage, whereas versus crossing the street on a horizontal or vertical, I've seen some crosswalks that cross on a diagonal. Have you seen those in other cities?
We have, Councilman, we've seen them, cities like New York, we've seen them in other countries like in Japan, they have a lot of them. They have what they call a scramble pedestrian face, and so the pedestrians get the exclusive face to cross any approach. All traffic stops, and it's an exclusive pedestrian face they can cross either longitudinally, diagonally, in any direction at the same time. I believe we had it here in the city downtown many years ago down, I believe it was Casino Center in Fremont before it was the Fremont Street Experience. And so the only challenge with that, Councilman, is trying to work that into signal timing. Certainly we can explore that opportunity, but it's just the challenge of working that pedestrian exclusive facing with still trying to have the ability to move traffic efficiently. So it's a balancing act, but we can certainly look at that.
Okay, are we looking at that, or is that something that we can look at?
It's something we can look at. We're not looking at it right now, Councilman, but we certainly take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Some of the projects we're working on, as Bill mentioned last night, we're at the meeting at the Arts District, the 18B District. We've got a project that's currently under construction. We'll be installing some metal banners throughout that area, approximately 45 banners within that area, kind of identifying the district. Along with that project, we're also replacing some street lights. And if you notice in this particular picture, these are the street lights that we put on First Street, which not only illuminate the street, but we got a second illumination that illuminates the sidewalk. And this came out of some of the comments that we heard back when we did a survey of both folks that work downtown and folks that came and visit downtown. One of the concerns is in the evening hours, they didn't feel as comfortable walking around the streets, and so they thought it wasn't illuminated enough. So in this particular situation, we tried these double hits and found they really do a great job at not only illuminating the street, but illuminating the sidewalk area, particularly now with the wider sidewalks. So we're actually adopted a program where we're going to implement these type of lightings throughout all of downtown. It's a multi-year program. We'll probably be starting early next year, the actual installation, but we'll be seeing these street lights through all our downtown corridors as we improve them. And we're still continuing with the Signs on Sticks program. This is where we're grabbing neon signs and putting them along Las Vegas Boulevard. Las Vegas Boulevard has been designated as a National Scenic Corridor, and so within the city's portion, from the Neon Museum all the way down to Sahara, our intent is to have these neon signs along the entire corridor. We've got 5 in place to date. We're working on a grant to be able to install 2 more just south of Fremont, and then we'll continue the same installation all the way down to Sahara over time. And finally, we're working with the Nevada Department of Transportation on Project Neon. Project Neon is a project where they're widening I-15 to get better traffic flow through there, reduce congestion. But in addition to that, they're also going to have better access into downtown. There's some new off-ramps that will be coming off of I-15 directly onto Alta. So that means getting access into the Symphony Park area, down to the Outlet Mall area. It's going to be a whole lot easier off of I-15 with these new ramps. It also includes taking Grand Central Parkway over Charleston and tying it directly into Western. One of the opportunities that affords for us, in addition to better traffic circulation, is that it creates a gateway feature there, where we're working with NDOT to try to come up with a concept of how do we somehow brand a gateway coming into the downtown area. It's a main corridor coming into the downtown off of Charleston, and it gives us a big template to look at different ideas. Some of the ideas that we're looking at is to do we theme it with musical instruments related to Symphony Park? Do we continue the neon concept? And so we're actively working through the Office of Cultural Affairs and NDOT to try to find a way to brand this. And so those are the projects and infrastructure we're doing downtown. As Bill had mentioned earlier, we're coming back in July that's going to give another presentation that talks about capital programs that we're doing throughout the rest of the city and all the other wards.
Mayor?
That was so exciting. I mean, it's just wonderful to see all these things happening. It's great to live here. Councilman Barlow?
Thank you. Jorge, two things. I didn't see F Street on the list and want to know why that's not on the list. And two, the discussions that I've had with you probably since 2007 as it relates to Owens, as far as where we are with that. And so if you can bring me up to speed on both of those items, I would appreciate it.
Certainly, Councilman. We concentrate this presentation on what we consider the core of downtown. The core of downtown being US 95 in the north, Charleston in the south, Main Street on the east, and I-15 on the west. So that's the core, we consider it core, where we're looking at just what infrastructure improvements we're doing there.
What street on the north?
On the north is US 95. And F Street, the underpass is just north of that.
F Street is US 95.
It is. It goes under I-15 north of US 95. And so that's why it wasn't included here, Councilman. But certainly the project is moving forward. We are finishing up design. We're looking at design being completed this year. We're finishing up the interlocal agreement with NDOT to try to get that established as how we move forward that project and starting construction of that project pretty soon. On the Owens interchange coming off of US 95, I-15, we are still looking for funding to try to get that moving forward, Councilman. We've got some conceptual designs that we shared with you on how we'd like to do that. We're looking for funding to, if nothing else, start the environmental clearance process. The environmental clearance process itself takes a couple of years. And so we want to get that process started as soon as possible just because of the time lengths of those processes that are required.
Okay. And what was the question, Councilwoman?
Excuse me, what?
The council, will we have an opportunity to get this PowerPoint in hard copy as well as electronic?
We can certainly do that. We can send that to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can I? Okay. What were the, you're calling this the core downtown, and this sometimes moves around for us. We're near that part. Can you give me that again? You said 95?
It's 95 on the north, Councilwoman, Charleston on the south, Main Street on the east, and I-15 on the west. Now, the redevelopment area is much larger than this. We just, over the last couple of years, been concentrating the infrastructure investment within that area. Part of the reason for that, Councilwoman, is that a lot of the way we're funding this is through Federal Transit Authority funds. There was some funding out there that if you're within a certain radius of a transportation center, there was funding available for these type of improvements. And so that radius kind of takes us within what we've defined as that core, where we've been able to use that federal transit money to do a lot of these streetscape improvements.
Right. Well, and of course, I'm wondering, we have a great amount of activity in wards 5 and also some in 3. And I'm hoping that we can get a little more in 1 with our medical mile that's going to be going up there eventually. And I hope it'll be not too eventually. I hope it'll be soon.
Yes, sir.
I just know that we have the core, we have these suburbs that are right next to it, and because we've been concentrating so much on the core, we've had some falling decay in what's next to it, and that's not a good thing to happen either. And so if, while we're working, we can look at that too. I think we're handling that in Ward 3, but in Ward 1, we need help. And that's why, you know, I went so hard for RDA, and that's why I want to reemphasize again. And particularly for pushing, as I said, this medical mile, and we're pushing other things.
Certainly, Councilwoman.
We need a good gateway from the west, too.
We do, Councilwoman. As I mentioned, we'll be coming back next month because it's time for our semi-annual report on capital programs. Certainly, we've got Garside Pool going in your ward. We've got several different projects in your ward. And we'd like to share with all of you everything that we're doing outside of downtown because we're quite active in some of the areas outside downtown.
And you've been really wonderful. I'm very grateful for Garside Pool. We have waited a while for it. I just don't want to have to wait as long for the entities relating to downtown.
Certainly.
Because what you're saying here is a small core than what we've talked about, but other people talk about it. It's very important. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And thank you, gentlemen. That was great. I would entertain a motion, please.
Motion to accept the report.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 72, Discussion for possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding, MOU, by and between Nevada Development Authority, NDA, City of Las Vegas, to develop a regional comprehensive economic development strategy which will create a roadmap to diversify and strengthen the regional economy. This is for all wards. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This item is really the culmination of a lot of work by a lot of people. From the city, certainly the leadership of our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, Scott Adams, some additional staff support from my team, and then we've had a lot of regional partners working on it as well, which include the Nevada Development Authority, Clark County, City of Henderson, City of North Las Vegas, RTC, NV Energy, Southwest Gas, and the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. As by way of background, in June of 2011, the Nevada State Legislature passed a bill known as Assembly Bill 449 to really change the way the state does business in the area of economic development. And they did that in implementing a couple changes. One of the things they did is that they wanted to boost funding support for the Governor's Office of Economic Development. They also wanted to make sure that the regions, which really are the lifeblood of economy, had support from the state, as well as had a clear vision for how they're going to attract new business, grow existing business in their communities. And so there's been funding support from the Nevada's Governor's Office of Economic Development to support doing a new regional strategy for economic development. We have some great research from Brookings Institution and others on what some of the needs are that we have to meet in the community, but we really don't have the blueprint business plan on how to get there. And this is what this item is intended to do. So we have funding support from all the partners that I just mentioned. The city itself is proposing to contribute $100,000 for this effort, potentially making available a total of $450,000. This is really a not-to-exceed amount. What we've done is we've issued a competitive request for proposal on behalf of the Nevada Development Authority and a new regional entity to which the NDA is evolving, which is the Las Vegas.
Mayor, we just have a question down here at this end. Did you say $450,000?
$450,000 total, not from the city. There's $450,000 in
Total.
regional money available total. It's actually Exhibit D in your backup, Exhibit D to the contract. And $100,000 from the city. And if I might, let me explain how we've gotten here, and then I can explain why the reason for that size of a contract. One of the things that we're tasked for as a region to do is to do a new regional strategy. Again, it's going to be the day-to-day business plan on how we attract new business. Other communities of similar size spend similar amounts of money to do this. It's a lot of intensive work, typically done in a 12 to 18-month process. We're actually looking to compress this into a 9-month process or less. And the city itself wants to make sure that we have an actionable business plan so that when we go after business, there's a very clear game plan on how we do that. What resources are we going to expend? What are our strategies and our tactics? And I'll give you a couple examples. Business park development. We're running out of land for business parks. So in order to have land and sites for new businesses coming into the city and the valley, while there's certainly industrial space available throughout the valley, as a city, we're starting to run out of inventory. There's some vacant space, of course, but looking forward, big picture, eventually we're going to run out of inventory. So the completion of this regional strategy will allow a regional approach for accomplishing our economic development goals. It'll have a specific strategy for the city. It's going to allow us to engage all the partners, and I think that's really maybe the most exciting part of this effort, is that as a community, we've never had everyone at the table committed to coming up with a strategy that works for economic development and economic diversification. Certainly we've had support over the years from the Nevada Development Authority as an entity. They've never had the broad funding support from both the state and the private sector to really dig into all the things related to economic development, not just attracting industry, but what is the higher education system to support that industry and the skills needed to support that industry. So this consultant that we're going to pick through this competitive process will do just that. They're going to come up with an economic development strategy for both the region and for the city. We are in the middle of an RFP process where we've been soliciting proposals under a nationwide search. We've encouraged local consultants as well as out-of-state consultants to respond to that RFP. We had a nice response, and we're evaluating submissions. If you approve this item today, it'll allow us to continue to move forward, come up with that regional strategy, and implement it. One of the other things this regional strategy will do is it'll allow us to compete for pots of money that we haven't been able to compete for. There's federal money available through Economic Development Administration and the Department of Commerce. One of the requirements is that as a community, you have a comprehensive economic development strategy, and we've had a hard time tapping into those funds because we haven't had the full-blown strategy that EDA expects for the entire market, the entire region. So having that will allow us to tap into some of those resources. There's a lot also happening on the regional front with our new Regional Development Authority, the Nevada Development Authority morphing into the Las Vegas Regional Economic Development Council. So certainly I want to thank their board, Glenn Christensen, their entire board and staff for their support of this process. They are engaged, intimately engaged in this process, the work that the consultant's going to be doing, the evaluation of the proper consultant for this engagement. And if the final price does come in below what the funding commitments that we have, then the commitments from a lot of the other partners can proportionally ratchet down. So this, again, it's really a not-to-exceed item. And with that, I'd like to recommend approval, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. And if you have any questions in particular about what's happening at the regional level, the Nevada Development Authority, I'd like to also enlist help from Scott Adams and Betsy Fretwell, our city manager, who've been actively engaged on the process of really reformatting NDA to grow that organization into a larger effort to support regional growth, which will not only support the region but also benefit the city.
Thank you, Mr. Arndt. I know that Ms. Fretwell has been very instrumental, not that Mr. Adams is not as well, but the leadership and guidance she has shown has just been something of which we are very proud. This 100,000 up to 100, not to exceed 150, how was that arrived at? Is that all based on population for each municipality, or how did we come to the figure that we are to contribute between 100 and 150?
Thank you, Mayor. Our number is 100,000. The number 150,000 is the contribution from the state. The state, in their enabling legislation that I mentioned, the Assembly Bill 449, they have money set aside to contribute towards a regional strategy. They will contribute up to a third of the cost, not to exceed that amount. So we had that amount to start with. We certainly engaged all the partners. One of the things that we wanted as a city is we want things above and beyond that regional strategy, because we really think that we're doing some special things in the city. Things that we talked about this morning, the Center of Excellence with medical, things that we didn't spend a lot of time talking about, like the relocation of and expansion of Zappos, and really that's, we think, a model to attract other businesses in the IT sector, e-commerce in particular. There's some specific things that we're going to be asking this consultant to do. So there's a separate set of work that we're engaging this consultant, so it's almost like a value add for the city. We're getting the benefits of the regional strategy and our contribution with that, but we're putting in a little bit more money than the other entities, and that's intentional. We want to make sure that we have the best strategy in the region, one of the best municipal strategies out there nationwide to aggressively go after these businesses for locating in our city. So we're intentionally putting a little more money in. We think that the scope that we're getting, which is in the contract, we're getting additional work so that we're going to have basically at the end of the day 2 documents which are going to be business strategies, which we're going to rely on the regional strategy, which is one, but then we're going to have a specific city strategy. So there are going to be specific things building on all the things that we've been doing, but really quantifying the approach and having a strategic focus on exactly how we're going to do that. growing that medical center of excellence, medical tourism. How do we do that? We have some tactics in place, but getting a consultant who has looked at best practices, who has tested these strategies in other communities, know what works, know what doesn't, how do we implement those strategies? This is not going to be a planning exercise. It's going to be a business plan exercise. We're getting business plans that we're going to implement. We're getting the regional one, but more importantly for the city, we're getting our own strategy. So at the end of the day, we're going to have that document. You're going to see it. You're going to review it. You're going to approve of it. And then once we approve of it, that's going to basically enable my team working together with all of our partners to make sure we can get these businesses landed in the city, grow the economy, and continue to do the things that we've been working on.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Hart. We'll move on to item number 73, discussion for possible action to award a contract to ICMA, Center for Public Safety Management, for a comprehensive analysis of fire EMS services for the city of Las Vegas in an amount not to exceed $145,000 with a $10,000 for travel and presentation. I gather, Chief Myers, this is yours, or Mrs. Coyne.
Good morning, Your Honor, council members. My name is Karen Coyne. I'm the Chief of Public Safety. Chief Myers and I are going to do a dual presentation today because this was really the product of our mutual legacy to ensure that those who come behind us are not fraught with fighting the same battles that we do today. You know, I'd like to take just a few minutes to compliment Chief Myers. I've known Mike for a long time. First met him back in his MMRS days and was just so incredibly impressed with him then. And the opportunity I've had in the last 18 months to work more closely with him, my respect and admiration for him has just grown off the chart. He is bright and talented and innovative in both his thoughts and actions. He's bold, to include reminding me that I don't run the fire department. And he's courageous, which has brought us here today. So before you, for your consideration, is an agreement, or a contract rather, as a result of a proposal that I received from the International City County Managers Association. This to complete a comprehensive fire analysis study. Many people are wondering why. Why do we need to do this? And so I'd like to start with that, and then I'll get into the specifics of who the ICMA is, why I think they're a great organization to provide this service for us, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chief Myers so that he can go into a little more detail of what we hope to accomplish. So why would we do a study like this? We already have the greatest fire department, I think, not only in the Valley and throughout the state, but I would put our team, our firefighters, our specialty teams, our administrators, our chief, up against any in the nation, and we would shine, and I'm confident of that. But we must continue to look for new and innovative ways of continuing to provide the services that we presently do in a cost-effective and affordable manner. That's our job. Otherwise, we could find ourselves in the same situation that we've seen so many other cities, in a crisis management mode, where we are rushing to make decisions that perhaps we haven't given enough thought to. Personally, my job and commitment to you in this community is to ensure that we don't end up in crisis management mode. While that's largely what our troops do, we are tasked with the responsibility of seeing into the future, to predict what is ahead and to make sure that we're prepared. We develop a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C, just in case the others don't work. This is a planning tool for us for the future. We don't know necessarily what lies ahead. I certainly don't have a crystal ball. But if past performance is predictive of future behavior, we better make sure that we're prepared for the financial challenges that we could experience in the future. I would like to do something that is objectively and evidence-based, that has analytics to support it, and that might be, and no disrespect intended to anybody, a little more intelligent and thoughtful than just simply reverting to brownouts in the event we would be in that situation in the future. This report, I believe, will help us identify some of those opportunities. You know, Mike and I meet multiple times a week for a variety of reasons, but we dedicate 1 hour, one time a week, which is really such a small amount of time, just to make sure that we're connected on what's going on in the fire department, and he with what's happening in the city management group. And, you know, for the last 18 months, I really cannot recall one of those one-on-one meetings where we didn't devote a specific amount of time, a considerable amount of time in some cases, to talking about the image that's out there in the public, and to some degree with our own employees at the City of Las Vegas, about Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, about public safety employees, about public employees. And we get tasked with a number of questions. I've made a list of questions that we've been asked over and over and over again, and I get answers to those questions. And I use the example on the deployment that if Mike just had a whiteboard and a marker and had 20 minutes of time to spend with everybody in this community, some would get it, why we deploy the way we do. There would be many that still wouldn't. So what we've asked for in this study is to focus on about 8 bullet points. This is a comprehensive analysis, so it's going to do top to bottom, inside out. But there are really 8 key focus areas that at the end of the day, I expect we're going to have analytical answers to arm ourselves to respond to these questions. And I also believe that we'll identify some opportunities that we can then develop strategies around and make some sound policy decisions in the future. Let me just run through what those 8 items are very quickly, and then Mike will cover that portion of the presentation in a few minutes. We want to analyze the cost versus the benefit and the risk, as well as the efficiencies of a 24-hour operation. We've had some conversation right at this dais about that particular aspect of our operation. We'd like to analyze the standards of response and deployment. I explained that, why do we deploy in the manner that we do. We want to evaluate our volume and resource, which means out of the calls for service, we have many that are medical, not necessarily fire, yet the majority of our investment could be construed as being on the fire side. Now, Mike's going to speak to that because we cross-train and are prepared to handle response to all hazards. So there are a lot of nuances, but it's an opportunity for us to educate. We want to analyze our mutual and automatic aid agreements. You may or may not be aware that from our specialty team perspective, we provide bomb squad response, hazardous materials response, and technical rescue for Clark County and North Las Vegas, in addition to the City of Las Vegas. So certainly there are probably some opportunities there for us to capitalize upon. We want to analyze the cost, benefit, and risk of maintaining our insurance ratings and ISO classification. We want to assess and recommend appropriate departmental alignment to maximize the efficiencies of our plans, check, and inspections functions. We want to evaluate the cost, benefit, as well as the risk analysis and efficiencies of potentially co-locating our communications center in a model that's emerging across the country to integrate police into that. Presently, and for the last 20 years, we've had an agreement in place that's worked phenomenally well with the City of Las Vegas, the City of North Las Vegas, and Clark County, where we have a joint dispatch function for fire and EMS. There are new models emerging, as I said, to include police in that, and so we would like to learn a little bit more about that opportunity. And I think I've covered all of those. So with that, then I'll go into a brief background about the ICMA and the rest of the terms of the agreement. So this is a 90-day contract to do this comprehensive analysis, which some may think is a short time frame. We have a provision within this contract that allows for us and the ICMA to mutually agree that if we need to make an extension, we have the flexibility to do so. We don't want to rush through this so quickly that we miss key opportunities. But this, to a large degree, is a data analysis right out of our computer system, which will then be compared with our record system. Yes, ma'am?
I just ask a question.
Sure.
When you say we have the ability to agree to do it longer or more intensively,
ma'am.
would that cost additional monies?
No, ma'am. The cost associated with this report, which is $145,000 for the work, the additional 10 is for travel. That is what we've negotiated for this deliverable. If there are any other pieces that we wanted to add to the scope of this, we would renegotiate those terms. But we
Well,
think
that's
we have
what I
a
mean,
pretty
because if you
comprehensive-
finished and you felt you didn't have enough, you'd renegotiate. So it would cost more money if you were going to get renegotiation. I mean, they're not going to say, you can go on for 2
No.
years on this.
No, you're absolutely right. We mutually agree that what we've asked for, they believe they can accomplish within the 90-day timeframe.
Right.
We are responsible as well, because there's the analysis portion of it, then there's the on-site visit where they want to get out and talk to people within the organization.
Right.
So the point is, we've negotiated this price for the deliverable of the things within the scope of this work.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. So the ICMA is a 100-year-old nonprofit professional association that is dedicated to government administrators and managers, and they work in 28 different countries. They're dedicated to assisting local governments to provide services in an effective and efficient manner. And the Center for Public Safety Management, which is the group that we're going to be working with, is dedicated to analyzing police organizations, fire organizations, emergency management services, and Homeland Security. The lineup of the team that will work on this project is phenomenal. I've included in the backup documentation associated with this agenda item today the resumes of the team. Leonard Matteries is a former city manager, a former police chief, a former fire chief. He's going to kind of organize and make sure that we're moving along on an appropriate time frame. Dr. Cellist, this gentleman has a PhD in mathematics, a bachelor's degree in mathematics and physics. He will lead the data analysis team. And then Joseph Pozo, who is the former chief of Loudoun County, Virginia, former chief also of Volusia County, Florida, and he is the assistant director of the Volusia County Department of Public Protection, which includes fire, EMS, emergency management, medical examiner, and other agencies. He's going to lead up the professional practitioner side of this comprehensive analysis. And then the rest of the project team are just highly experienced, tenured, educated, superiorly credentialed individuals. The goal, of course, is to conduct a thorough and unbiased evaluation of our performance. This will be a data-driven analysis from our very own data. So the data is what the data is. It's in the analysis. And there will be the operational side, too, because sometimes the data may tell a story different to the unknowing than what the operational piece does. So we want to make sure that we cover it holistically. This will be accomplished, of course, by collaborating with experts from multiple disciplines across the United States to ultimately identify not only our challenges, and I think we have a fairly good idea of what those are, but what opportunities we may have. ICMA's methodology is similar to what you would see in an auditing process. They're going to ask questions. They're going to make requests of documentation and data. They're going to confirm the accuracy of that. They're going to deploy operations teams to assess our unique environment, because every single city is unique, as are the environments within our public safety functions. They will perform data modeling, and then they'll report inconsistencies on that. I want to really make sure that I emphasize that we will be actively involved in this every single step of the way. They want to interview firefighters, the rank and file. They want to interview support staff. They want to interview management staff. We're going to agree at the point that the data is drawn down that we all agree what the data, what the numbers are. And then and only then will the work continue on the analysis portion. So I guess the point is, it's not like we're going to say, here, consultants, we'll see you in 90 days when you have your final report. We're going to be actively involved in this every step of the way.
Mayor? Karen, let's talk about the active involvement, because due to the active involvement concerns a number of people that have contacted my office, because one, when you request a consultant to come in, a neutral party, a supposed neutral third party, to conduct, whether it be an audit, and in essence, that's what we're being asked to do, conduct an audit of our operations. We really need to break out what that active involvement is, because you tend to lead or have people believe that we're coming back with a number or a position that we want told versus a position that's coming back from a neutral standpoint, unbiased from internal participation. So help me understand the conversation when you say the active involvement.
Sure. So
Do
what
you understand what I'm asking?
I think I do, so let me try and answer it, and then you can let me know if I've hit the target. The active involvement is going to include interviews with management, staff, site visits, ride-alongs. We don't want our rank and file to feel like, you know, this is just hanging out there and nobody really knows what's going on, what's being discussed, what's happening. I want anybody who wants to actively participate in this to have that opportunity to do so. We want to partner in developing the information that will go before this group of analysts and operational practitioners, so that they too have a very well-rounded view of our organization and can therefore do a comprehensive analysis of where we stand today.
And also, it has been stated that the city of Las Vegas has the personnel to conduct this survey. How do you respond to that?
I am not aware of a lineup within the city of Las Vegas that compares to what the ICMA offers us. In addition to that, with all due respect, this will be helpful to have an objective, non-internal evaluation. The 8 bullet points that I mentioned earlier are questions that I've been asked, probably anybody sitting in here may have been asked, and Mike has some great answers, but there are questions on that list that I would dare say he may not be able to answer.
Mr. Mayor.
Just a couple more questions. When it comes to ICMA, I'm very familiar with ICMA, very great organization. What are the alternates, if in fact there are any, to coming in and doing this as far as local alternates?
I imagine there are a number of consulting firms that are between local and around the country.
And why was ICMA selected?
Well, I took a look at ICMA, their credentials, the manner in which they conduct their analysis, and I thought it was the right fit for our organization.
Was there an RFP process, or was it just an arbitrary mindset of this is a great organization to work with? Were there other organizations that you looked at to compare?
So the ICMA is a very reputable organization. They, as is the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the International Association of Fire Chiefs. There are a number of organizations out there. This is a nonprofit organization. They specialize in this type of an analysis. They're vested in local government management to help us be better tomorrow than we are today. There was not an RFP process. This is deemed a professional service, and so therefore by state law we're not required to put it out for bid or request proposals.
Okay. And my follow-up question is, what other departments besides fire will ICMA look at and capture data from?
For right now, just fire.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Just to add on to what Councilman Barlow said, and this is a question, I don't understand this. You say we have the greatest fire department in the country, and we must continue to have it. And I agree with you. I really truly do, through our ratings and through the fact that when we went through all this controversy in this area, Clark County area, with fire departments, there was one fire department that was above all of that. Now, maybe because when you say firefighters and the county's having problems, some of that seeps over to our city firefighters, but basically our city firefighters were not involved in any of the mess that was accruing. And in fact, in one of our meetings, Chief Myers stated we considered one of the problems with overtime, and we had had a problem with that years ago, and you had taken care of it already. We were ahead. We're ahead in this area. I don't think firefighters are in a crisis situation. We have crises here in the city, but I don't see it in the firefighter situation. And that's why I question why we would be doing this. And I just want to say something else. Sure. I know that these are all great individuals with this ICMA. I know that, and I know that they are a nonprofit group. I also know, however, that the consultants that come out do get paid for coming out. And I also know, because I have friends that are on other consultant groups, that, you know, it's not quite the same. They use expertise, but there's a heart that's involved when it's people here in the city that do it. And I do believe we have capable people in the city that could do this. And that's why, and I'm questioning the amount of money. This is at least one, maybe two people, salaries that we've let go. And just this morning, we saw how happy just the one who was transferred was that she got back to her area of specialty. I think this is a very crucial thing. If we're going to do something like this, I'd like to know what the crisis is more, because that's money we're spending that we need in other places, and because I get all these books. I don't know if everybody else reads them. As an educator, I'm always reading something. So I get the manager professional group, and they do have a slightly tilted point of view. I get the union papers, and they do have a slightly tinted point of view. They all do. And that's why we have to be careful when we do this. And that's why I think if we're good enough, we should be able, with the people we have here, to get as non-objective. And so I just wanted to add that to what Ricky was questioning, because it was along the same line. Thank you very much.
Okay. Would you want to respond?
I know there was a question in there, and I apologize. I'm struggling to recall exactly the question.
Why you would not be using, perhaps local people would be one, and why the expenditure was two.
And number three was why the fire department. I will tell you where I see crises. I see crises in people being overworked in some of our departments, and they're making mistakes. And I don't want to be critical of them, because I know why they're making mistakes. They're working very, very hard. Even before we went through all these cutbacks, we were ranked as a state having the least amount of public employees within the state. And that's what I'm seeing as a crisis. And so all I've heard have been good things. My goodness, are all the timing that we have with the firefighters. The one thing I disagreed with was, you know, having to pay that extra money when they brought in people for EMS situations, and we got rid of that. So anyway, those are three questions.
Okay.
I always do that, you know, so that you don't know what my questions are, Karen. So
I'm still going to do my best to answer them.
You do a
Councilwoman.
great job, Karen.
So,
Thank you.
you know, you bring up a really important point, and I'm going to start with your middle question. I think it was your middle question anyways. But you're right. There are other areas that may be in more of a crisis situation now. I wouldn't even want to deem it a crisis situation, just remembering truly what our crisis situation was like back in '09. But, you know, really, this is a planning tool for us with an objective view. Not that we can't be internally objective, but I frequently ask Mike, tell me how you're doing a great job other than just telling me. And we've come a long way through performance metrics and many other methods to determine that. We just got reaccredited through the Commission on Fire Accreditation International. It's a great tool. I'm a huge advocate of accreditation. Anytime you can open your doors to assessors from across the country, around the world, who can come in and tell you what not only are you doing well, and we should celebrate that, but what are we not doing so well so we can improve it. In the fire arena, that accreditation process is largely a self-assessment. And so when we think about those perception issues, I think it's really critical for us to have an external perspective on those issues. So that's the first piece of it.
And
I think
unbiased, external.
I understand. I appreciate that. You know, Mike's had an incredible challenge, and he and his team. The performance that we see out of the fire department is not easy to accomplish by any stretch of the imagination. It takes having your finger on the pulse every single day of what's going on and just an enormous amount of coordination. And he and his team get out and talk to those troops and tell them about performance goals. And I mean, it's just phenomenal. That's why I had to pay tribute to him as he walked up here today. Probably one of the best chiefs I think we've ever had. Not to discount those who came before him, but times are very different now. We have to think so differently to keep up. And that's partially what this report is about. It's a planning tool for the future. We don't want to find ourselves in crisis management mode. We see the cost of delivering services increasing. It's not remaining flat. It's not reducing. We want to maintain those services, and we have to find ways of doing that.
And Karen, excuse me, but the reason why I was asking the question was because we do have to plan to prevent crises in the future. But when you've got crises right now, $155,000 might be used in one of those crises rather than someone who has a great response time and has this high rating with the ISO and all of that, and we don't hear much complaint about. That's what I'm wondering.
If I could make the link. The $155,000 expenditure represents, I think it's less than 1,000th of 1% of fire's operating budget. It's tiny. I don't discount the fact that it's $155,000, and that's a lot of money. I think that what we will get out of it will be well worth it. The rate of return on our investment will be achieved and exceeded. Mike, as a for instance, has vacant positions in his own department that we've made decisions not to fill so that he could hit his budget target. There are 20 other departments in the city, 20 of us, to include the mayor and council's group. 6 of them, just 6 of them, have operating budgets, fire is one of them, have operating budgets that exceed what we fund for fire's overtime. So that leaves 15 departments who are struggling, as you so mentioned, to fill positions and to get the job done every day. And that's how we think this report will help us balance all of that in our organization.
Can I then ask the next question? We put a lot of money into Performance Plus. A lot of training, a lot of man hours, a lot of everything into that. And Performance Plus is supposed to go through specific areas and let us know where needs occur. I'm wondering, couldn't we give some of these Performance Plus results to the council so we can understand that a little bit better, number one? And how are we falling in that Performance Plus? I'd rather start with that and looking at that and see if we can get the information we need before we go into expending more money, because I'll tell you, we've expended money and then a little bit becomes another little bit someplace else and another little bit someplace else, and it all adds up to a lot of it.
I understand.
That's my concern now, Karen, and you know how much I respect you. I really
respect you.
So I just want to make that statement, though, on this.
With respect to the performance data, we've been monitoring that within the departments for many, many years, 5, 6 years now. So we've got a great track record. I believe that we are organizing some presentations in the future where we'll begin to incorporate. In fact, you may recall this past fall when we all participated in a retreat with you as we developed those key initiatives going forward, your strategic goals. That really will help us focus our efforts every single day to roll up into achieving those strategic goals. And we're going to have a corporate report card at the end of the year, which will also speak to this. So we're coming to age of reporting all of those performance statistics.
That you've had over the years.
Yes.
I may have a suggestion here. It might be helpful if we actually got through the entire presentation,
yes,
so you all could see the entire picture of the rationale behind the report. And then that may answer some of the questions that are kind of queuing up there on the dais. It may not. We're happy to respond to anything. But it does feel like we're kind of going a little bit askew.
It's all Ricky's fault, you see,
I
because
see.
he
I would
started
highly
it.
recommend that. Thank you, Ms. Fretwell. I do think we need to hear from Chief and move through the entire presentation, unless yours is...
There's one other slide.
Okay.
I think I've pretty much covered it
Okay.
already. It's available. I'll make it available to you for your review as well. If you have any questions along the way, I'm certainly available to
Don't
answer
go
them.
away.
But
Don't
I
go
will
away.
turn it over to Chief Myers now so he can speak a little more about the specific focus areas. I'll let you stand here, Mike. Oh, you got it over there?
That's okay. Go back real quick and just kind of take a look at these on your own. There's 10 different areas that they'll be looking at. And these come almost verbatim out of the Commission for Fire Accreditation International. So that's kind of important because one of the areas that, I agree, I think we do a great job with our accreditation. We were given that back in March. And it is relatively a self-assessment. We do get validated by outside departments that come in and look at us, from departments from all over North America, and we were very excited to get that accreditation in March. But we want to make sure that that validation stands up. I'm regularly challenged about that validation, whether it is cost effective, was it appropriate, is it really the best way to operate, and I don't have a lot to stand on other than the work that we did. So that was why the third party was being brought in to look at that. The item on the mutual aid and automatic aid, we have some aged automatic aid agreements out there with Clark County in North Las Vegas. They need to be updated. You know, I think you know, we run hazardous materials operations, technical rescue operations, bomb squad operations for the entire county. We don't receive any revenue back from that. It's kind of an agreement. We do some work in their area. We cross borders regularly. They also cross borders into our area and provide excellent care. And where's the trade-off? And is there a value that we should be capitalizing on or not? I don't have a good answer on that. The third item, the final item on this slide is the fire prevention efforts. And there's been frequently asked questions of me on should fire prevention be. My personal opinion is that fire prevention should be under the control of the fire chief within the fire department itself. But there's a lot of other entities out there doing it differently. I am questioned about that, on how that relationship is, why that works, if it does or does not work. I don't have answers on that either. I know we struggle in that division right now, not because they don't do a great job, they do an excellent job, but as in many other divisions across the city, they're really just understaffed. So the performance for turnaround on things like, let's say, plan check or plan review is delayed. And so we were looking for the group to come in and tell us, is there a better model? How can we better develop? I'm hoping they come in and tell us we need another employee, but who knows? So there's some things that I'm looking for someone to come in and evaluate us on that. The next slide here is the 24-hour staffing issue. Actually, I think Councilman Coffin actually asked this a few weeks ago, and I've been asked regularly. Frankly, I've looked at other departments that have different staffing. I've always been told by other fire chiefs as I interview them on how they run their models that this is a more expensive model to run. However, there's other fire departments that would argue differently. I don't have an answer for us in Las Vegas. I have not analyzed this. I simply don't have the staff to look at this process right now, and so I haven't been able to explain this to staff on whether the 24-hour shift is the most appropriate. It seems it is for us right now, but I can't validate what my conclusions are. The co-locating is the main focus here on fire dispatch with the police dispatch. I've been talking with the sheriff for quite some time about the possibility of co-locating to capitalize on an information sharing. If you can imagine a police dispatcher and a fire dispatcher sitting together managing a scene. The majority of scenes we run on, especially in emergency medical services, but also fire, have a police law enforcement contingent with it. I'd like to be able to share information back and forth readily, gives us a tactical advantage on the scene, but we need to investigate that, and frankly I haven't put the time in to look at that. The final slide is the current EMS services and response and transport. I think you know, we've had a franchise agreement with American Medical Response for decades, and I've had an opportunity to negotiate that agreement when I was an assistant chief and a deputy chief. We are coming up in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, for another negotiation with them. There are areas of that business that I think we should be in to deliver service. There's areas of business that they think they should be in. I'd like to have that discussion with them. I'd like someone to evaluate that. And the final one is, I get asked regularly, what is the value of ISO ratings and what is the value of you having accreditation? And this kind of lends to some of the discussion we've had already. I think the value depends on who you are. I know with accreditation, when we went through the accreditation process, I and my staff learned a tremendous amount about our own fire department that we didn't even know. History, historical data, how we actually assess our standards of cover. It gave me a lot of opportunity to be able to learn about the fire department even more and then address questions that came up. We learn from accreditation. We learn from any assessment, any audit you've been through, any review you've been through, any study that you've been through. You learn about things you're not doing right. My role within the fire department, I've tried to keep simple. It is to deliver the best level of medical care that we possibly can to the community, the best level of fire service support that we can deliver to the community, and I want to make sure that that continues. And I'm not in a position to argue on who is going to do the audit, or who's going to do a review, or who's going to do an assessment, or who's going to do a study. I just know if anybody here, anybody in the community wants to assess our fire department, I'm open. I'm willing to invite them in. We have an ability, we will share our data with them. I learn from being reviewed and assessed and asked questions and ask hard questions, and I have answers back, and most of the time I get it right, some of the time I don't get it right. But I know there's room for improvement always, and there always will be, and we will never stop to achieve to be the best. And that's what keeps us great. Us, not me. You're correct. We have outstanding performance measures, but it's not me, right? I have 500 firefighters out there. I have a half a dozen clerical. I have dispatchers, prevention people, mechanics, all working for common goals to get our performance to where it's at. The reason they know the goals are there, we've done the Performance Plus, is because people have come in and said, you can do this better. We've evaluated you. We've turned it over. We turned over the rock. You need to fix that. And we go to work to fix it. We've talked at length, and I know the challenges, the questions that you must have had. I have had the same ones. The president of the local and I have had very serious, hard discussions about what's going on here. And I've tried to assure him the intent is to evaluate, not to headhunt. And I've had to have that discussion. So I know you've probably had those discussions already. But I wanted to share with you my position on it. I've had to ask myself some hard questions. I've got to go face those firefighters tomorrow and tell them, look, we're just trying to evaluate here. That's what we're trying to do. So I've had to have those hard discussions. And I have to have them now with the firefighters because I'm sure there's a lot of angst out there. And that's really the conclusion of my delivery.
Thank you, Chief. I mean, it is outstanding, your department, what you have achieved over these years, and I am gathering from your comments and presentation that you stand beside the recommendation to go ahead with this type of evaluation.
That's correct. I stand behind any opportunity this fire department has to be evaluated. I have no problem with that.
Thank you. And to always, we can all of us always learn and grow from anything.
That's correct.
Okay, questions, comments? Councilman Coffin at the end.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have, Chief, I don't think would be for you. It probably would be for Karen or any other managers. As I recall, a few weeks ago, we were told this would be a good idea, and studying, and I've never objected to studying anything, that you can usually come up with some better efficiencies, and if it's collaborative and not antagonistic, you can usually end up with savings and maybe savings in money and better ways of operating. You know, you find best practices when you engage an outside source like a consultant, such as this one, in anything you do, and if you turn over all the books to them and say, look, what can we do better, and how are we doing? So we're a little bit behind the curve here, power curve, in a sense that no bids were sought, but I understand that management felt there is a need for speed on this thing, and so for that, I think, you know, we don't really want to spank management from that standpoint. If, in fact, the price for this study is a fair price, and I don't have any way of knowing that because we did not go to bid. So if management can tell me a couple of things about the price or the cost of this. For example, in comparison to others, now I've seen studies that this organization has done of Alameda and Lake Havasu. They've probably done a lot. They must have a VITA in here, and I don't even know if it's in that proposal. What I need to know what those entities paid for studies and the scope of those studies. I've seen a lengthy report on the city of Alameda, but I am not sure how original it is because I haven't read it all except for maybe a couple of conclusions. So there is that, and then there is something missing from the proposal, or at least the submission that I see. I don't see a detail on cost other than the $1,000 for travel for each time someone has to make a presentation. Now, that's a typical thing submitted in a proposal. But what are the billing rates of the professionals in this? You've got several categories. You'd have your PhD and scholarly level, who are probably going to interpret what lower level people would be. So I don't see the billing rates for the professionals, if you will, and then maybe the managerial level, and then the clerical level. All of those things are important because if you could conceivably run in, you might end up with a lower price if you end up getting results and consuming less on an hourly basis. Theoretically, it wouldn't cost $155. But as what frequently happens toward the end of a study, some people will say, we need to do a little more work to get this done right. And before we sign this contract, I think we ought to know what those rates are, because that way you can tell what's reasonable. There are reasonable best practice rates for charging on studies of various things. This is a nonprofit organization, I guess, so maybe it'll charge a little less, but nevertheless, those are a couple of things that I'd like to know. What they've charged for other studies. And I asked this yesterday in briefing, so maybe those numbers have come up. Maybe what studies have they done on cities of similar size or departments, regardless of the municipality, of a similar size? And I think that's a good start, because we don't have those numbers, and I don't think it's in, well, it could be in the proposal, but it's a lot of words.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin. Do you have any comparatives that you can quickly run through?
So I'd like to make a few comments, and hopefully those will answer your questions. ICMA has done over 100 of these studies, these very specialized public safety types of studies. They've done them for municipalities or counties that range in population from 8,000 to 800,000. I spoke to folks that represented Alameda, Novi, Michigan. I spoke with the city manager from Saginaw, Michigan, and I understand that they were charged about $80-some thousand. But here, I have to caution you on this, because when I talked earlier about the unique environment, which is why they send an assessment team out, we all have different nuances. There are different types of scopes of work, number one. There are different types of operations, some more complex than others. Some use professional firefighters, a combination of professional and volunteers, others use volunteers. We have a unique environment here because we have a high tourist population. I mean, there are so many different variables that must be factored into this. It really is incomparable. I will say this, our partners in Henderson just approved a contract with ICMA yesterday. They approved a police study for about $80,000. Now, when I take a look at their city, their scope was much smaller than ours. Their population is less than ours. And the size of the organization they're going to study, which is their police department, is smaller than ours. So even if you doubled it, the 80,000, which would make the proposal before us today then about 160,000, we're getting a good deal.
Your Honor, could I ask Karen to
Please
stop there
continue.
for just a second? Karen, why don't you just produce the person from ICMA to answer these kinds of questions? Because they'll do it. Could you have them come up? Could you have the ICMA person come here, the person who is proposing?
I did not invite that person today.
They're not here to present on their own behalf?
No.
May I weigh in here for a second?
Yes, please do.
The Phoenix Fire Department went through a similar review using a different consultant. Their study was over $200,000 for their study that came back with 50 recommendations in March. If you look at Havasu, for instance, they paid $58,000 for their study. They only have around 52,000 people in their community. So that's a little better than $1 a person in town per capita. For us, it'd be about 25 cents per capita for the same level of study with a broader scope. So I think this is a fair and reasonable price for the level of work that will be conducted.
And Ms. Fretwell, were any other, in the evaluation made by you, Ms. Coyne, as the professionals looking for this recommendation to the council, were any, I'm sure you must have researched what other groups there might be out there, and you selected this one for professional reasons. Do you have any comparatives from that study that you did before you selected this group?
We have participated. We did an analysis of how many of our departments have been studied by external consultants since over the last 10 years. There are multiple consultants. I still felt in my research methods that ICMA, with the lineup of experts they have, who are, again, superiorly credentialed, experienced, former city managers, former fire chiefs, former police chiefs, former directors of public safety, that this group can really produce an outstanding report for us that will really give us an opportunity to plan in the future.
So it's your professional recommendation, and of course concurred in by Ms. Fretwell as city manager, that this group, the price is fair for the charge that's being given them?
Yes.
And that our fire chief would like to have an evaluation done?
Yes.
So, okay. And we'll go down. Councilman Barlow, quickly, if we can move this along. You're next, please.
Thank you so very kindly, Mayor. I will defer to my colleague, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Okay, Councilwoman, you're on the stage.
First of all, did we go to our audit specialist in the city and ask him how he felt this could be most objectively and effectively done in a way of an audit?
I did not.
Okay, I just thought that might help, because we see these departments that you say have been audited and have had outside people, have had some involvement with that too. And secondly, what concerns me is, where is that on the, excuse me, he's got it on the screen. When they talk about deliverables, on the very last paragraph, it says ICMA staff members will be available to make a formal presentation of the report in person should the client decide so desire. ICMA will bill $1,000 per person per presentation plus travel expenses. Now that sounds to me that that's in addition to what we've talked about as far as the monies are concerned.
We've agreed in the contract that the travel will be up to $10,000.
Up to $10,000.
Yes, ma'am.
But what about the times that they're going to be coming out here and doing the evaluation? You know, I have to tell you, I feel very uneasy about this. I feel it's being pressured. I feel the timing isn't right. I'd like to know more about it, and that's why I have all these questions. I have a significant uneasiness about this. Not about what you're trying to do, Karen, not about your abilities to do it, but I just think we have to be very careful. We're doing this at a time when, quite honestly, we're doing it at a time, why now? Why now when we are in negotiations? Why now, you know?
Well, we've reached an impasse in negotiations, and I can't really comment any further on that.
I understand that, but
I want you to understand the intent is pure, really. We are a committed organization to continuous improvement. We know that our costs for delivering services are continuing to escalate. We have to, and my obligation to you in this community is to ensure that we find ways to deliver those services within an affordable cost model. I believe that this report will give us some insight to do that. I have spoken with representatives from other cities who are pleased with their reports, who received multiple recommendations, who did the phase-in of
I'll be done in 1 minute.
Of those recommendations. Some they approved, some they did not. You know, I think, I'm sorry, I would just like to add that the goal was that this report would be delivered to us in the fall, September-ish. that gives us as a team a very short window of time then to analyze ourselves, to dive into what the final report says as we walk into the preparatory phase for fiscal year 14's budget process.
So when you say preparatory change, you're thinking about how we would budget the monies. Okay, I just will quickly say that, you know, I wrote down some of the things that you mentioned about what we would be able to accomplish. You talked about the needs for updated agreements, and I think we could do that without outside consultants. Federal model, I think we could also obtain that way. EMS, we are working on that, and we've had some problems. Maintaining the insurance ratings and accreditation, we've done that for years. For years we've had that, and we've maintained that here. So I don't see a big crisis, and that's why I'm asking all these questions, and that's not because of lack of respect or value, it's just in a disagreement here at this time. And I don't know how this vote will go, and if it goes to go right now, obviously I would have to accept that. If it goes to wait a little while so we can answer some of these questions, I would go along with that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Brief question from Councilman Barlow before I turn to the right-hand side of the dais.
It is brief, Mayor. Chief, you mentioned ISO, but you really just faintly touched on it. There's been several, well, I can't say several, several police, not police, but fire chiefs that have come before this council within the last decade that have really touted ISO and the importance of it. And today, I'm not hearing that so strongly from you. So if, in fact, ICMA were to come back with their analysis to basically say that ISO is not as important today as it was yesterday, are you in a position to do away with the ISO rating as it relates to the City of Las Vegas Department?
That's an excellent question and a very tough one. So first of all, very proud that we have the ISO Class 1 rating. Want to say we're one of the only ones in the state, if not the only one in the state, that has the ISO Class 1 rating. And then, of course, accreditation, and let's not forget that. I put a lot more weight into the accreditation, the Commission on Fire Accreditation International, because I've been through that rigorous process, and I understand what it takes to deliver that type of a level of service that is demanded by that group. The ISO rating, I'm going to right out front, I don't understand enough about the Insurance Services Office to tell you what the valuation of having an ISO Class 1 or not would be. What it means to be a 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know. I am expecting a group at some point to explain it to me. I can't answer your question, which leads to the problem. I should be able to as your fire chief. And I don't know that they actually can. I've talked to many insurers out there. There's a lot of proprietary information. My understanding is a lot of companies don't really regard the ISO, use the Insurance Services Office rating. They use their own insurers' ratings to set their fees and their costs. I don't know that language very well or that business very well. So to answer your question as boldly as possible, I could not recommend dropping the ISO Class 1 rating without an absolute comfort level that I would not be dropping any level of service or my commitment that I have to your constituents. That's my primary role. I have to do all that within some fiscal limitations that I discussed with the finance group. So my intent would not to be to drop it. It sounds right. ISO Class 1 sounds like where we should be. My understanding is they're working closely with other professional bodies within the fire service to be more modernized, because it is a little difficult with ISO. They require some things that sometimes don't make sense. So to answer the question, I would not be in favor of dropping it unless I had some absolute data on the evaluation, and I would not want to lessen the level of care or fire service that this community gets from our fire department.
If I could, Mayor, maybe just add an extra comment on that that the Chief just shared. The study is not to ask ICMA to tell us whether or not we should drop an ISO rating. That's not what this study is about. But it is to help us evaluate the value of it, as the Chief mentioned, as it relates to accreditation, response times, saves, et cetera. One of the things I think might be helpful to you, particularly Councilwoman Tarkanian, and I'd like to ask Candy Falder to come up and share with you, is some information about how the budget has been trending as it relates to our investment in a variety of our public safety positions and how it compares to our revenue growth and our general fund growth. This is why it's kind of important for us to get a little bit ahead of coming up with some, maybe some different ways of looking at the way we deploy services. Now, none of us want to sacrifice service. We don't. We didn't want to do that 2 years ago when we had to make a 20% cut in our budget. None of our employees wanted to have to give up somewhere between 5% and more of their pay, eliminating some of their benefits. Fortunately, we aren't the ones laying off 88 corrections officers. We're not in that boat. And I would say to you that the reason why we're not in that boat is because over the last 7 years, we have conducted at least one organizational study on departments in our organization, starting back in 2003, of this magnitude. We have not done one on fire and rescue. However, it represents nearly 25% of our general fund budget. It is the single largest piece of the budget that we completely control, second only to Metro, which some would question how much we control. And I know that it's difficult, but if we want to stay on top, we have to be willing to look at ourselves a little bit differently. We need to be able to look beyond what resources we have, which is what ISO looks at. I mean, literally the germ of what is focused in on in ISO is how many fire hydrants you have. It's really a resource-driven evaluation. What do you have? What is your fire? What is your water pressure? What are your water pressure zones? Things of that magnitude. Accreditation really focuses in on how you deploy those resources to ensure coverage and standards of response. It does have industry best practices woven into that. What this study does is it goes beyond that, and it gives us an opportunity to not only look at what we have and how we use it, but how can we better use it to continue to stay in those top positions. So we do have a funding issue. We do have a 2% deficit this year, and I am going to work my level best to overcome that. You all know that. We've been able to do that the last couple of years. I hope to keep that trend going. However, we also know that in 2014, we are anticipating probably somewhere around a 5 or 6 deficit. I hope we can battle that back. But having ideas like the ones that might emanate from this study that we would have in the fall are the ways we do that. That's how we do it. I know it is very uncomfortable. I know our employees think that they may be being looked at differently. Our employees are the best employees. We have the best fire department. We're in the top 5. I'd like to stay there. I'd like to stay there. There's only one way to stay there. That's to continue to improve what you do. That's what this study is about. It's about laying a game plan out that allows us to continue to improve what we do, focus where we can be most successful, and if there's some things that we can do differently that keep us there, that's what this study is going to help us identify. Councilwoman, you may remember we had a presentation of 95 recommendations from Bill Kirchhoff about the Development Services Center. I'm still signing ordinances to bring forward for your consideration to implement those 95 recommendations. It's taken us 3 full years and we're not done. So this isn't a silver bullet. Every recommendation that might come back from this study, should you choose to support it today, we may say doesn't fit here. We may say that 90% of them do. One of the city managers that I talked to this morning about this said, hey Betsy, we got great recommendations. We felt very comfortable about some of the things that they said, but we knew that some of them were too heavy of a lift for us, but we deployed our own internal task force to be able to use that information to be able to apply it to our unique circumstances and continue to improve our fire department. That's all we're talking about here. That's really what we're talking about, is continuous improvement, making a small investment now to prepare us for the future.
Candace, did you want to make your comments? And then I want to turn down to Councilman Bierce and come up the line here. So.
Yes, please. Candace Falder, Director of Finance. First off, what we're looking at the cost of this proposal that we have in front of you, the cost would be less than 0.1% of the city's fire department budget as it stands for fiscal year 13. I've asked them to place something on the overhead just to give you a little indication of what brought us to this point also. As we look at the last 11 years, we looked at trending on budgets across most of our city departments in the last 11 years. This one represents the fire department as compared to the general fund revenue growth, the general fund total expenditure growth, and then the growth in the general fund fire department. As you could see, over 11 years, our revenue has only grown at a rate of 43% in 11 years. Our expenditures, total, including the fire department, have grown 60%. Our fire department has grown 113%. So their growth rate is much higher than the rest of the general fund. And as Betsy said, with the fire department representing 25% of our general fund budget, if it keeps growing at that rate in comparison to our other expenditures for our other services that we're providing our constituents, we'll have a real problem. So having a study, an independent, unbiased study that could provide us with some recommendations that then we can have an internal team to further evaluate only would serve to help us. When you look at the center bar, that's the growth in total general fund expenditures, and it's 60%. If I netted out the fire department from that total, because it includes all expenditures, then if I take the comparison of general fund expenditures net of the fire department to the fire department, you're now talking 48% growth as compared to 113% growth.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Councilman Bierce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think that either you or Councilman Tarkanian are old enough to remember an old movie called Cool Hand Luke, but it produced a great quote. What we have here is a failure to communicate. And I think the discussion seems to be driven by the many communications that we have all received up here over the last 7 days from both management and from the firefighters union. And from my perspective, I guess that's what happens when you're at an impasse. You no longer communicate. I would feel a lot more comfortable about this study if we had some assurance that upon the city receiving the product, and probably before we formally accept it at a city council meeting, copy is given to the union, and they be given an opportunity to read through it, understand it, and if there's areas there that they feel are wrong, respond. You know, my parents taught me that you could lay all of America's statisticians from end to end and still not be able to reach a conclusion. That's the nature of statistics. And, you know, you can pick any beginning and ending set of years, and this graph will look a little different. And that's just the nature of statistics. But until we have the data, we aren't able to really make that decision. So if we can get some assurance that we can pull a dialogue with the union and management over the results of the study, I'd feel a lot better about approving it.
And so your point is?
Can we ask management if they can if the union can be given a copy of the study when we get it back?
Absolutely. No question, we're totally happy to do that. We'd like their involvement throughout this process. We've made that request and made that offer. We are totally happy to involve them along the way and at the end prior to a final presentation. No problem at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. I appreciate all of the council's questions and thoughts and comments as we've discussed this agenda item. A couple things, however, and I'll say this first. When I was first made aware of this study, I was absolutely against it because we are one of the top 5 fire departments in the country. Which chief, that makes you one of the top 5 fire chiefs in the country. Probably Canada too, I'll just throw that in there just because you're a great fire chief, and I'm going to side with Karen in regards to that. You made a comment earlier, though, it's not you, but you've got a great executive staff, and it's the men and women, the rank and file on the floor of fire and rescue that have made the difference, have made this one of the top 5 fire departments in the country. And Ms. Fretwell, yeah, I want to stay there too. I want to stay there too. Ms. Falger, thanks for this. Appreciate that, but I want to lay this out as well for everybody. Public safety is our #1 priority. Public safety is the biggest chunk in our budget. Whether it's police, whether it's fire and rescue, that's what local governments do. Yeah, we do parks, and we do streets, and we do roadways, and we help businesses, and we do everything we possibly can for the economic well-being of everybody in our community. We're even helping North Las Vegas. But that's going to be the biggest chunk of our budget. And that will never change. You and I have had this discussion. That will never change. Since you've briefed me, and I've had deep conversations with the local as well in regards to their concerns and the rank and file members of the local, Chief, you're doing a phenomenal job. Again, you're one of the top 5 in the country. You have already answered a few of my questions. Ms. Coyne, the report's not going to get back, should it be approved, until September, October? Am I correct?
That's correct.
One of my questions was going to be, is that going to impact negotiations? And I would say that I hope negotiations are done by then.
I would hope they are too.
So we can move on and get this thing done. But that was going to be one of my questions. I do have some fundamental questions that have already been answered. ISO rating, Chief. I did a little of my own homework, talked to some insurance industry folks about ISO rating. Without that ISO rating, business premiums might go up because insurance underwriters look at that ISO rating. They look at where the nearest fire station is too, as they're trying to evaluate a business. That's significant because we certainly don't want to harm any of the businesses in the city. That's not the intent and the idea. Which leads me to the true intent. Your performance measures, they're all up. And I think in a meeting or two, you're going to give us a report on the state of the fire department and all the great things that have been going on there, similar to the one you did over in Fire Station 1 for your staff, and I think Mayor Pro Tem attended that meeting with me. That's good information that the citizens of this community need to hear. What our fire and rescue has been doing and how successful they are in saving lives. How successful we are in keeping our costs down. Question is this study meant to identify lowering costs?
This study is designed to give us some insight based on our current data. So we have a map, a plan that we can utilize in the future going forward so we can sustain the level of service that we're delivering today in an affordable cost model. That's what we hope to accomplish out of this plan.
Okay, I just want to point out, and you've said that like 10 times, and I wanted you to say it again. Thank you, because I needed to hear it one more time. Because if we continue to cut costs in fire and rescue or any other public safety, are we not eliminating some of those services that we need?
We may not be. I'd like to comment on
I know that.
Okay.
I just want to put that on the record. I know that's not the intent.
No.
At all. I also want to say this. And Chief, I have a great deal of respect for what you do because you are under the gun 24/7, and I get that. Chief Gammon was before you, the chief before him as well. You're in a tough position, and it takes big shoulders to do this. So thank you for hanging in there, working with them, working with the local union, and trying to make this a much better fire department. I know what the report's going to say. I think I already know. Because we're one of those top 5 in the country, because you're doing such a great job of keeping your costs down, because you're doing such a great job at saving people's lives, I already know what's going to be in the report, I think. I get that, but I also get what you guys are trying to do in regards to that. that third party, that objective look at one of the most successful fire and rescue departments in the country. I get that. And Councilwoman, I was concerned too about the cost. Considering his entire budget, considering our entire general budget, if you will, it's pennies compared to some valuable information that both, Chief, you can probably use, you as a management team can use, and the local union can use as well for the rank and file members, so they get it. But Chief, I want to be clear that this is not an attack against the rank and file members of your department, and I know you well enough that it's not. I don't even have to ask you that question, because I know it's not. But I will ask Ms. Coyne, Ms. Fretwell, this is, and put this on the record for me, is this an attempt, this study, and I think I know the answer to this already, to dismantle our awesome fire and rescue department? Who wants to answer that?
Chief Coyne, for the record, this is absolutely not any type of an attempt to do anything other than maintain our commitment to this community and to this organization to be better tomorrow than we are today.
And because I'm one city councilman that's committed to the people in this city and committed to what we do as local government, committed to the rank and file members of the local union, and committed to what you do, Chief, on the streets every single day for this city, I'm going to support this when I originally was not. Those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ross.
Let me just say the answer is no. It's not to dismantle the department. It's to make it better.
Thank you. Councilman Anthony, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I make my motion, I just want to make a comment. As Councilman Ross said, I mean, government's #1 responsibility is public safety. I mean, there's lives at stake, whether it's employees, whether it's the public, there's property at stake. You know, police and fire have a awesome responsibility, and we have to make sure that we're always doing the best. And I spent 29 years with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and we did hundreds of these studies all the time. Because if you want to be the best, you have to have the information to make those changes that you need to make in an organization. So if you want to be strategic and forward-thinking, and you want to be the best, this is just normal practice. This is just what you would normally do. And I would expect that we're going to do these kind of studies for other sections of the department. But public safety is always going to be the focus. So we need to do this sort of study. So I'm going to make a motion.
Hold on one sec, so I can quickly. This would be ridiculous if I didn't hold you here longer on this conversation, and I see Mr. Fletcher here who wants to add a little piece. But I would have to say, we are only as strong up here and relying on the information our professionals give us, your assessments, your recommendations, and all the information you can provide to us. And I know everything that we deliver in this city and in this community and in Southern Nevada is totally dependent upon your good faith, integrity, honesty, and your recommendations. And I am one who agree with most of the comments that have been made here this morning, and absolutely will stand behind your recommendation because I have faith in your professional integrity and the recommendations you are making and those you have made in briefings to us. Very proud of what you've done. See this, loved you on television, Chief. You did a beautiful job, and the questions that were put there. So then I will give it back to you, Councilman Anthony.
If he's going to make a motion, shouldn't we at least have some more discussion before we have a motion? I'm just thinking, if you speak and then you make a motion, you cut off debate. What I'm hoping is that we could ask a couple more questions and make suggestions, and then I'd be happy to let Mayor Pro Tem make a motion.
Okay.
Okay.
If we would, could we hear from Mr. Fletcher?
I'd like to say something, ask our professionals first before the public speaks.
Okay.
Okay, for me to be able to vote with some credibility, I got to ask a couple more questions. Number one, why so fast on this? I'm just thinking, I like studies, okay? I've voted for them before, much larger than this one, much larger. It's always been with a person who I could see and decide, look at their vita and see, you know, if they were the people that are going to deliver the product for us. I think another member of the council thought I might be worried about the cost. I am not worried about this number as the cost. What I worry about is spending this number or any number and not getting what you want or not getting what you deserve out of it. Not having a member of the company here is terrible, because to me, that's always something. I mean, even in the deliverables, they say, well, the final report will be delivered to save, I think their words are, to be ecologically friendly. We're going to send the final report in email or CD. I don't want that. I want them to get on an airplane and fly out and deliver it. But first, I'd like to have them deliver a draft report, which will satisfy some of the concerns of our members here, that everybody gets a shot at it, to check it for fact, to check it for direction. You know, I'm very happy that this study is coming. It incorporates something that I was very adamant about coming in here last July, and that was, are we smart to be doing a 24-hour shift with our fighters, with our firefighters? Because when someone is sick, you got to have somebody replace them, and it's a whole day. You know, it's like not an 8-hour day with most folks. It's 3 shifts, and that's a lot of hours. There's wage and hour considerations. There's all those kinds of things. But I don't know all the answers. That's where a study is great. You could do a whole study on just that one subject. But I noticed that other members of the council have been curious about 24-hour versus 8, 10, or 12, 14 kind of schedules. So I'm really happy it's in the study. But the fact that the study does not have a face to it, the caliber of the people might be finally vouched for, but in fact we don't see them, we can't shake their hand, we can't take their measure. That's not good. If they were called and asked to submit a proposal, they should have jumped at the chance and said, we'll be on the first plane out and meet with your council and show you how good we are. They haven't done that. But they're probably perfectly capable of doing it if they've got the expense, money. So they should invest in some of this, because there's income to them, there's profit to them. So, and another thing, I frankly think that 90 days is way too short. To get this right and totally finished, you need at least 4 or 5 months. And I can't vote on it this way, and I'm on public record. I mean, printed a story in the paper said I'm very much in favor of this study, and I still am. But there's some things lacking. The front end numbers, so that we know at the back end how much we're going to have to spend if we're not done, because the draft report will show us either deficiencies in the study or deficiencies in the questions we ask them to study. And they'll come up with ideas of their own. And we want to know how much we're going to spend when we get to that point. We could end up spending $200,000, but because it is a huge portion of our budget, it is very much worth it. And I did not like the idea that it may just come slamming right in at the time we're in labor discussions, even though we might be at impasse theoretically. Something about the fall seems to be very critical about that. And I just think that we would be smarter spending our money if we stretch this out a bit. So I do not know what motion the Mayor Pro Tem intends to make. I sure hope it would include a date to make a decision on this, or putting off the decision until July 18th, our next meeting. I do not like voting on this today, having so many unknowns in it. Now then, that's, you know, I hope I've made it clear. I just don't want to overtalk my stay here, but you see what I'm saying, colleagues, okay?
Thank you. And Mr. Fletcher, I saw you there. Could you be brief on this, please? But feel free to make your comment.
I'll be as brief as possible, Mayor, but this is a very complicated study and a lot of information that I would want to share with you as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
And I have a handout for all the council members, if somebody could bring it forward. And for the clerk, for the record, please. For the record, Dean Fletcher, I'm the president of the Las Vegas Firefighters. ICMA, or ICMA, as it's referred to throughout the United States, is basically the city managers union. It's the International Association of City and County Managers. Ms. Fretwell, in fact, writes articles for ICMA. I've given you that copy for all of you to look at. And we've been dealing with this economic downturn, all city employees, firefighters included, since 2009. In fact, she wrote an article for ICMA. It was time to change, and what we are doing and how we were doing it, truly it is what the name implied, a fundamental review of every service that Las Vegas provided. I guess we've been reviewing at least what she wrote about in ICMA. These studies are done throughout the United States to dismantle fire departments for no other reason. I want to make it clear to you as a council, it's the city of Las Vegas that declared impasse and walked away from the table, not your firefighters. The city made that decision. There's an email on record. We're willing to go back to negotiations today. It's up to you whether you want to come back to the table or not. In a letter dated by the city manager, or I should say Public Safety Officer Coyne to ICMA, that was dated June the 7th. The city declared impasse on May the 31st. Sure seemed like a quick turnaround to request a study. I've made a public records request for Mr. Tarwater, and he responded, will do, on Friday the June 15th regarding any email correspondence between ICMA, our city manager, our public safety officer. As of this date right now, I have not received that request. I sent it on Friday. I responded on Sunday. I still never received that information. Chief Myers is an appointed chief that serves at the will of the city manager and his boss. This wasn't his plan. He was directed to do it. Very clear. That's why we're here. We're not afraid of this report. It's a redundant study. We're paying for information we already have, that you already have, your city manager already has. We're a Class 1 fire department for a reason, for insurance services office, for what your citizens and businesses pay for insurance. Anybody with the question, you can go to isomitigation.com. It'll tell you exactly why we're rated by this agency is for what insurance companies charge our residents for insurance. Accredited fire department through Commission on Fire Accreditation International and just re-accredited. That's a self-assessment. It's being sold as a self-assessment, but it's reviewed and evaluated. In fact, we had to go back and change certain things because we didn't meet that standard. We were almost not re-accredited. So it's not a self-assessment. ICMA supports the Commission on Fire Accreditation. Now we're going to pay them to come in and do another study. Most important of all, and it's been mentioned by some of you, performance plus measures are done by our department. They include on-the-job injury statuses, sick leave, FMLA, EMS transports, call processing times, vehicle repairs, response times, confirmed structure fires. Did we confine those fires to the room of origin? Cardiac arrest patients, what have we accomplished? How many lives have we saved, and how many have survived to hospital discharge? Right here I have the document. I was a member of that committee back in the day when we worked together. Citizens voted the fire initiative in 2000, of November of 2000, to support ISO Class 1. It was sold back in the day. It's still important today as it was back in 2000, and I have that document right here. And remember, all of the funding and that great graph, a lot of that money comes from the fire initiative, not from the general fund. Every town hall meeting, survey, polling, focus group that the city manager has conducted shows that public safety is the most important issue. Of course, everybody wants city services, not just public safety. If you review the studies, I think, as hopefully is mentioned, you step back, you could not waste money on redundant parts of the study, and we're not afraid of any other part. But all that information is out there in existing studies. Alameda, Palo Alto, Lake Havasu, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, Sandusky, Ohio, Auburn Hills, Michigan, and on. And it wasn't 100 fire services. The best we can find on their website was 29. This isn't a great history of this. Overtime's been analyzed in the Palo Alto study. it showed that it was cheaper. Shift schedules reviewed in Lake Havasu and Alameda study. In Lake Havasu, 100 personnel on a 24-hour shift. If you switch to the 12-hour shift, you'd need 118 personnel. If you switch to 1014s, you need 121 personnel. That won't change for our department. The numbers would just change. If you want 24-hour protection to be ISO and all those things that we are today, nothing's going to change on that. You guys determine the risk as the council and the mayor with the direction of the city manager. It's because of what we have and your support, why we have 4 people on engines, why we have all the stations, why we have the trucks and the engines and the rescues. You guys determine that, not anybody else. So I think you have a lot of information that hasn't even been shared with you as council members on what you should know about the department. And the timing does seem rushed. We're not afraid of this study. We just want you to know, I think you already have 90% of that information, and we could glean most of the other stuff from other studies and present that to you. And we would be more than willing to help do that, but this isn't used, unfortunately, in our negotiation process. But you don't get offered to help participate in something yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock when it's coming to the council this morning. Thank you, Mayor, for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher.
Val Sharp, LVCEA President. I'll be much more brief. Never thought I'd ever be on the same page with the Chamber of Commerce because of their anti-public employee stance, but we endorsed this review. We have looked at this organization. We feel it to be credible. We feel it to be responsible, and we feel it to be independent. I'm not in agreement that you can study things in-house because you still have silos and you still have people protecting their turf. It's very, very difficult to have an in-house study that somebody isn't protecting and covering their back on. In my dealings with Chief Myers, I have found him to be a straight shooter, and he is a man of integrity, and I think the timing is right for this review. I think it is perfect. I appreciate the council people that have questioned the cost. I appreciate every time they question the cost of things, because whatever you guys pay for, sometimes we end up, as a CEA, it comes out of our pocket some way or another. We do have CEA people who work in the fire department. We would love to have a draft report that we can review because we're not fire people, but we still participate in that process. I think the 24-hour, 12-hour shift we've talked about it would be nice to see what the report says as an independent study. Comparing us to some small organization like he did, I'm sorry, I just don't buy that. When I know that Los Angeles County, the largest geographic fire department in the country, is on a 12-hour shift. So I just wanted to let you know that we feel that there's nothing wrong with doing this. If we've got the best fire department, this report could validate it. But if we need a little tweaking to be even better, why not? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Paul Moratkin, again for the record, Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to reiterate the Chamber's position in support of this report and its commissioning because it is good public policy, because it will validate best practices by the fire EMS and also will identify challenges that may exist within the department as outlined by the project study and by the contract. So again, on behalf of the Chamber, we would urge the City Council please pass this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to make a motion to...
Wait, excuse me. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you.
That's okay. May I comment?
Would you
Stephen
state your
Burton,
name?
Ward 2 homeowner and resident. I just want to say I'm from California. LA County is on a 24-hour shift, just to clarify that gentleman's point. It's pretty clear from what is going on that this is this whole study is a farce. I looked up the Havasu City study itself. All of its points were refuted, and it was basically a waste of money. The tactics that I see with the negotiations that are going on, I find them to be wrong. 2 weeks ago, you looked at North Las Vegas and what was going on with their their court case, and you said, "Oh, we need to look at that. We need to keep a close eye on that." But on the same day, in the newspaper, Henderson has agreed with all of their unions, and the comparison is strong-arm tactics, not having a relationship with your union and your union representatives, and trying to force them into things, which is what the study is doing, and having a good relationship with your union, being honest with them, and having open communications on the Henderson end, and that's the crux of the matter. So that's my.
Thank you for your comments.
Mayor, did he say that there are 24-hour and not 12-hour shifts in LA County, sir?
Yes, that is correct. 24 hours. There's no need to.
If he's going to speak, he needs to come to the mic, Mayor.
Excuse me?
If he's going to speak on the record, he needs to come to the mic.
Oh, if you're going to respond, you have to come back down here so it's on the record and can be recorded. Thank you. Please restate your name.
Steve Burton, thank you, Councilwoman, for the question. Yes, LA County and LA City, both 24-hour shifts.
Okay. Councilman Anthony.
Let me wait just one more time. Okay. I am going to make a motion to follow staff's recommendation and award a contract to ICMA Center for Public Safety Management for a comprehensive analysis of fire EMS services for the City of Las Vegas in an amount not to exceed $145,000 and $10,000 for travel and presentation.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Councilman Coffin, did you mean to abstain?
You're darn right, Clerk. I'm not going to put my name on this in favor of it, even though I favor a study.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure.
This one's just half-baked. Thank you.
And please post. Motion carries. Thank you for this lengthy morning presentation. For those of you who've been sitting here patiently, waiting for the rest of the morning agenda, we will get to it. So take deep breaths, do a little stretch, but we're on to the next item in council. Thank you for all your input. This obviously was a very important discussion we had, and we will go forward. So moving on now to item number 74, right? Yes, item number 74. Report for possible action regarding an update on the short-term residential residence ordinance. This is all wards, and
Mayor, may I make a recommendation that we just obey this to the next meeting? Or actually, could we obey it for 1 month? I know that this is high on Councilwoman's priority list, but our meeting on the 18th is going to be a very lengthy afternoon agenda, and I'm kind of mindful of that. If you prefer, we could put it off till the next available meeting, or we could put it off until the first meeting in August. Due to the lateness of the day and the fact that this is just a report, merely a report, I'd recommend we move it to another agenda.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fretwell. Anybody have a problem with that we move it into the August? Is that what you were saying? July or August?
What did you use?
July or August meeting. July would be the
really,
18th.
we're so busy that July, I think it should be August, right?
Okay, perfect. If you're comfortable with that, that'd be great.
Is that all right with everyone here on the council? Anybody have any comment to that? Councilman Anthony?
I'll make a motion to obey this item till the August 1st meeting.
Thank you very much. All vote, please. And post. You have that, City Clerk? Yes? Okay, thank you very much. And Item 55 and item 56 have been stricken, so we are now on, excuse me, not 55. Boy, my mouth isn't working with the brain. 75 and 76. We're on to 77. Discussion for possible action regarding appeal of a work card denial for Brian Matthew, Poet DB at Goodfellows Bar and Restaurant, 2801 North Tenaya Way, Suite A. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. Mrs. Duddleston.
Thank you. Actually, I have a correction for the record. This is actually in Ward 3, which is Anthony's ward. It was 4. I apologize.
This is yours? This is in Ward 4, Councilman?
This is in Ward 4.
Pro Tem Anthony. Okay.
Mr. Poet should be here to represent himself, and we've also spoken with the manager of Goodfellows Bar, who has indeed confirmed that he is extending an offer of employment to this gentleman. We do recommend a site-specific work card with a 1-year administrative review, subject to him being a server at this location.
Do you wish to make any comments here?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck to you. Thank you, Ms. Duddleston. This is item number 78, discussion for possible action regarding a martial arts instruction license, Legacy Martial Arts, LLC DBA Karate for Kids, 4840 East Bonanza Road, Suite 2. This is in Ward 3 in Councilman Coffin's ward. Is the appellant present? Yes, you are. And Ms. Duddleston, please.
Thank you. On this item, there is the availability of an additional temporary license. At this time, staff recommends that we extend that temporary license for an additional 6 months, bring it back to the council at that point in time, and that the condition on the license is that the applicant maintain an accurate list of contact information of all students age 18 and under, and on a form approved by the business licensing manager, and that be available for inspection at all times.
Would you care to make comments, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Vincent, do you understand the conditions placed upon you and the importance of maintaining that log of contact with underage, or we should say juveniles? Okay. And that you are to maintain those records on your premises at all times, and a form for at any time where an inspector might come.
Could you ask the gentleman to turn his mic on?
Excuse me?
Could you ask the gentleman to turn his mic on?
Oh, I think we had too many mics open. Could you repeat your response to, please?
Yes, sir. I do understand.
Okay, does Metro have any comments, Your Honor, or will that be?
No comments.
All right. You are licensed, aren't you, Mr. Vincent, at this time?
Just want to say something.
And you have a work card or permission from Metro?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. All right. Then, thank you, Your Honor. I will go ahead.
I just wanted to make a
I'm sorry.
statement with no lack of respect for the motion that you might make. I will be voting denial, because in situations like this, from all the information that I read, I just don't take a chance from the experiences I've had working with young kids.
Okay. I'll wait for a minute here. You ready for a motion? Okay. Mayor, thank you very much. With all the conditions as stated into the record by business licensing, Metro's statement that Mr. Vincent is currently carrying work permission, and I understand, if I'm not mistaken, has had no brushes with the law, charges of any kind during the time, then I will move for approval of this with that 6-month stipulation as well, including the documentation, retention, and all those things are very important.
Site-specific.
And of course, they're site-specific, and I think we already stated that. They've got to be there. Okay?
All right, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck. And we will move now on to item number 79. R 55-2012, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, CVIP, agreement between RDA and 1213 South Las Vegas Boulevard, LLC owner and CVIP participant, located at 1213 South Las Vegas Boulevard, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, this item is related to RDA Item 5, RA 8-2012. Mr. Arndt.
Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Discussion took place this morning at the Redevelopment Agency meeting on item number 8. I'd like to reference those remarks. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any comments, council? Question? Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 80, boards and commissions, discussion for possible action on the appointment and reappointment of members to the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board for the fiscal year 2013. Procedure for this board is for appointments to be made by the mayor and the city council. Appointments: Mayor Designee Greg Toussaint, Ward 1, Staff Designee Kimberly Reed, Neighborhood Rep Renee Rampton, Ward 2, Staff Designee Cristal Klinger, Ward 2, Neighborhood Rep Sharice Holmes, Ward 3, Staff Designee Felice Ortiz, Ward 3, Neighborhood Rep Mike Brown Sestero, Ward 4, Designee Anthony Ruggiero, Ward 4, that's Ward 4, Anthony Ruggiero, Neighborhood Rep Tony Guerrero, Ward 5, Designee Yolinda Uralde, and Ward 5, Neighborhood Rep A.J. Powell, Ward 6, Designee Michelle Thaxton, and Ward 6, Neighborhood Rep Jerry Green. My motion will be to appoint those as read for the record. There's a motion, and please vote. And please post.
Mayor, I'm voting yes, but I did want to ask something. Is it possible to delay the collection of these grants, because now they're online rather than being filled out by hand? Many senior groups do that, and a lot of people are gone during the summer. I think I mentioned that to Maria before, but my vote is yes.
Okay. Would you please post, please? It's posted on our monitors and it carries. Okay, yes. Councilman Beers.
Just on the other side of the timing thing is that Ward 2 has historically supported the Parade of Lights in the lakes. That event happens very shortly after we're currently scheduled to finalize the recommendations of this board. So I don't know if we can figure out how to do different schedules for different districts to accommodate everyone's needs. This one's going to come up very, very quickly. I'd spoken with Mark about our ability to actually transfer funds to make this event happen right after the scheduled approval, which is October, I think.
October 17th.
October
Maria
17th.
Castillo Couch. I'm with the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. If I may answer, in the past, Councilwoman, I have been very active in helping develop those applications, and that will continue. We were asked to look at efficiencies, and typically, as you know, we start in January, and we would be making the funding recommendations probably in this meeting or early July. But because we were asked to examine the programs and see if we could find efficiencies in combining not so much the programs, but the boards initially with YNAP and MPF, that was the delay. But I was told, I was directed to go ahead and start it because we had issues with the lakes and some of the others that had a timing. I will personally work with Sartini and some of the other entities that do require special help.
Ms. Mayor, I just
Please.
wanted to say to Councilman Beers that I didn't realize that. I'm sorry that he had this need to go more quickly. There's one other thing, if I could also put on the record. We've had a problem in the area of making our neighborhood associations formally join and be a nonprofit entity through the state. Is that correct?
There are some issues now with the way the legislature was written, and they require a state business license for any organization that does not fit into 4 areas. And one of them is the 501c3, the other one is in insurance. There's 4 areas. And our senior facilities with resident councils and also our neighborhood associations are not in those exemptions. So yes, there would be a business license, a state business license that would be charged. So we are in dialogue right now with the Secretary of State to see how we could bypass, get some
I was
kind of
wondering
exemption.
if there might be any chance that Mr. Harson or Betsy, somebody could help us in that respect, our people who work with the legislature, because, you know, we started this as a grassroots thing. That's what this whole neighborhood association business is about, grassroots.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can certainly work on that, Councilwoman. No problem.
But what's happening is they're getting billed as if they're a business, and they're not a business. They may not even make $25, a year. So.
Okay.
Thank you very
Absolutely.
much. Thank you.
Everything okay there then? Okay, voted and gone. Thank you.
All right, my
Thank you so
pleasure.
much. So get your money out there. Okay, moving on now to item number 81, recommending committee. Bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2012-27. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2012-27, an ordinance to authorize the reestablishment of certain types of nonconforming uses under specified circumstances and to provide for other related matters. Your Honor, before we begin, if I can give some brief background on this, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Brown, and he can correct anything that I say on the record. As this council is probably aware, and I provided you backup documentation when this bill was introduced, in 2000...
Excuse me one second. Can you, there's something wrong with the mics. Can you speak more loudly?
Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
In the mid-2000s, the federal government indicted several owners of the owner of the Crazy Horse, several principals, and the company, Power Company, Inc., on a number of charges. Those individuals pled guilty, and afterwards they faced the city council on disciplinary charges regarding their privileged liquor license. That license was revoked at a hearing in 2006, and then there were 2 temporary licenses issued for the establishment that kept it going until June 30th, 2007. The Crazy Horse 2 was a non-conforming use at the time the license was revoked, which means under city laws, you had to make beneficial use of the license within a certain period of time or it would go away forever. At that point in time, our law said you had to make beneficial use within 6 months or you would lose it. During that 6-month period, the federal government did not make beneficial use of the license, and the license was extinguished. This council passed an ordinance to lengthen that period of time, so 6 months to 1 year, resuscitating the license, thus giving the government essentially another 6 months to try and sell the establishment while it was still able to be a tavern. Nevertheless, a liquor license did not issue, no beneficial use was made, the establishment was shut, and as a result of the laws was written at the time, the establishment ceased to be a tavern and could never be a tavern because it was a non-conforming use. Last year, your predecessor, Your Honor, received an offer from individuals who had purchased the Crazy Horse 2 from the federal government that they would be interested in seeing if it was possible to change the law to have the license resuscitated again. And what they would like to do is donate to the city an amount of money equivalent to the fine imposed on the former owner of the Crazy Horse, Mr. Rizzolo. That fine imposed by the council was $2,100,000. There was some litigation over whether that was the correct amount, and the Nevada Supreme Court determined that that amount was $1,461,000. That is the amount that is being offered to be donated if the council were to find a way to resuscitate the license. Bill 2012-27 is a bill that would accomplish that. What it does is it addresses nonconforming uses whose use ceased as a result of governmental action, and would allow those uses, if that were the case, they'd have 1 year from the date this ordinance passes to come and get a license and make beneficial use of it, after which it would be extinguished again. That's essentially what the ordinance does. I think that's exactly what we're here for. I need to let you know that what's on the agenda today is the ordinance, and there should be a lot of discussion about that. Because there is going to be this donation associated with this ordinance, it's natural you're going to have a discussion about that. We have a separate city policy that deals with donations. Donations up to $50,000 can be accepted by the city manager, but over $50,000 have to be accepted by the council. We do not have an agenda item on today to accept a donation. We will have an agenda item on July 18th. I believe that Mr. Brown is going to address that and tell you how they plan to pay the city if that's exactly what you want to do. But today's agenda item is on the ordinance, and I think it's appropriate to discuss something regarding the fine.
Okay, so if I may repeat that and be clear, today is about the ordinance and the funds that may or are going to be contributed to the general fund for the city. Cannot be taken up today because it's not agendized, and it will have to go then on the July 18th agenda.
Correct. You cannot vote on taking the donation today.
Okay, but on the ordinance itself, on the club or the building, we can.
You can.
We can. Thank you.
I'll be glad to answer any questions, and Mr. Brown, I'm sure, has something to say as well.
Thank you. Okay, who wants to go? Okay. Okay.
For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing Canico Capital Group, LLC. Its managing partner is here. Abraham Assal is here, and of course, as you know, Mike Mushkin is representing, Canico.
And could I trouble you to spell Mr. Sal's name for us, please?
A-S-S-I-L.
Do that one more time, please.
A-S-S-I-L. Abraham Assal.
Thank you very much. Please continue.
Okay. Basically, as you know, this matter was on your recommending committee agenda. I believe Councilman Coffey made the recommendation for approval. It was a unanimous vote, and we just hope that you would approve that recommendation this afternoon. We'll answer any questions. As far as the dollars, I'll keep that brief. To show good faith, I had represented to Mayor and I think other members of the council, certainly Mr. Jerbick, that before coming forward, I would make sure that Canico had placed in Chicago title $1,461,000 to show good faith, so we wouldn't be wasting our time here today, and he has done that, and we'll handle the dollars however you see fit. But as far as we're concerned, upon approval of the ordinance, we've made that commitment to make that donation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mushkin. Here to answer questions only.
Answer questions if they have any.
Okay, Councilman Beers.
Thanks, Mayor. Mr. Brown, you had told me in a conversation that you and I had about how this license came to be expired. And our initial information, I think staff didn't understand all the background of what other people were doing. From our perspective, we laid out a clear path for the custodians of this license, which was the federal, I guess, the Justice Department, to not, or a clear path to retain this license, and hence some value that presumably could be sold to the benefit of the creditors. And
the government, the federal government, didn't take those steps. But you told me another explanation that was a little more detailed, something about another case somewhere else.
I speculated, if you want, I'll speculate here as to why they have done that, but just what you said and what City Attorney Brad Jerbick said is 100% accurate. They passed on the opportunity, and I don't know that anybody knows the real reason, because we were sharing a cup of coffee.
All right.
I speculated, and if you want me to, I'll speculate.
No,
here.
that's fine, that's fine. There have been some other analogous cases out there. I think you listed a couple of other situations where the government had taken on adult-oriented businesses and hadn't done well.
I think at the recommending committee, Mr. Mushkin may have alluded to, I think the Mustang Ranch might have been one that I think he might have been talking about, and I see Mr. Jerbick is shaking his head. The one I was talking about was a card club in California that I told you about. It was a gaming establishment, and they had a problem during that. They were operating it because the owners did not pay their taxes, as I understand it, and they ran it into the ground, as I understand it, and the owners brought a lawsuit against, I believe it was the IRS, and they got a judgment in excess, I think, of $25 million. And I think that's my educated guess why they didn't do it this time, because they made a policy. It hasn't worked out, but that's just a guess. They certainly were given every opportunity by this council, okay, to go ahead and keep that license, and they chose for whatever reason not to.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments for council? Okay. Excuse me, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I made the motion yesterday to approve, to advance this bill to the committee. On April 16th, I met with Mr. Brown, and we talked about this, and I thought that it was so unusual that I had to have another sip of coffee before I digested it. It made sense, though, in essence, to bring it back, if in fact we could. And the complexity of the ordinance was such that it would require me, and I immediately talked to the city attorney shortly after to see if this ordinance can be done, because it is so specific to a piece of land that it's pretty well ironed down that no other piece of land in this county could, or maybe anywhere, could fit this description. So that certainly prevents any other piece of real estate, to the best of our knowledge anyway, from cropping up suddenly with the ability to put a strip club in. No telling where that might be. So yesterday, discussion of money occurred. And by the way, I should say that's when I first heard that an offer would be made to the city for a donation of an amount which would be equal to the fine that had been levied by the city a few years ago. I didn't know that the previous mayor already had that in hand. It just dropped off the radar screen. So anyway, now we have it in front of us, and well, the money is part of this, because I also told
Excuse me,
Mr. Brown.
excuse me, Councilman Coffin, I think this is the discussionable item. Correct me if I'm wrong, Council.
what we're
but it's for
talking
the
about-
18th, the money.
I think I indicated, and it was allowed yesterday at recommending, and I think it's appropriate to a certain extent today, because there is this donation that triggered, I think, this entire discussion in the ordinance that's before you today. I think that you cannot vote on the money today, but I think that some discussion of it is appropriate. At some point in time, if it gets to a point where I think we have open meeting issues, I'll let you know, but until then.
My apologies. Continue, Councilman Coffin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad.
The discussion ensued at the coffee table, and I thought, well, if I recall, this place, the Crazy Horse, had never been in it, but it looked great from the outside. The point was that it's been a black mark on our city for many years, having that place. In fact, having had the occurrence in 2001 about young Kirk Henry getting hurt there and manhandled and having his neck broken. And it's something the whole city looks upon as something that that the city does not want to have happen at any place of hospitality, whether it be a motel or a hotel, a strip club, a bar, a casino, anything. It just doesn't want this kind of publicity. And so the city council was right in the end, finally, to put a penalty on these folks, but it came years too late. The issue of violence at this club was well known to the community and the law enforcement community. I have copies of lists of hundreds of calls of service, for service to this address. And the pattern continued up to the day of Bobby the Peach breaking Kirk Henry's neck. But afterwards, and for many years, I mean, 3 or 4 years is a long time to be in operation and to continuing to get calls for service for a place that should have had its license jerked, should have been called up. A place that was employing felons, managed by felons, no work records on hand, nothing at all that a city inspection staff could take note of to determine if people were suitable. I mean, we had people licensed there making a fortune and never calling them up, and we can't even give an immediate license to Tony Shea to be a partner in the grill over here for fat people. So I think that the money became part of the discussion, and I thought, what has been done for this guy? All I read in the paper are these mob guys running away from the law, running away from the judges, the judgments, laughing, getting phony divorces, stuffing the money elsewhere. And this is not the current people, understand, but it's the circumstances that brought me to introduce this bill and said I would support it. And I realized nobody's done anything for Kirk Henry, that everybody's bending over backwards here to help get somebody into business at this notorious location, which has millions of dollars worth of goodwill, even if the federal government did run it into the ground. So that was the condition of my introduction, was that some sharing of money, of a donation, which was proposed to the city, occur. So that's how this bill came into being. I didn't really know all the detail about these thugs that were running this place, except that they seemed to have a lot of clout around here because they kept their license. They never did really lose it. And so just things kept going on. The good times were rolling. So anyway, I told Jay after the end of that meeting, I'll go ahead and I'll push your bill for you because I think it's a good bill. I think, by the way, and it's worthy. But I felt that that donation is being earmarked for the wrong person. The city has a budget. The city has money. It has tax money. It doesn't need to depend upon the kindness of strangers. On the other hand, I think this council has spent that money. I suspect once knowing about it, heck, we're human. You know, people have already figured out where I can get 50 or 100,000 for my award. So I thought, well, don't spend it all at once, guys, maybe half. So that was my thought. Anyway, but let's not forget Mr. Henry in this, Your Honor, because Mr. Henry is an integral part of this picture. And even though we're not voting on money today, I want you to consider the possibility that as you move this forward, that you think about him. You all have in front of you pictures, but I want to bring Son up here to put some pictures on the record for our audience here in the chambers, to show you pictures of Mr. Henry and what he looked like before he got roughed up by the personnel and the owners of this strip club. Put the big picture up there, Counselor.
Stan Hunterton, I represent his wife, Amy. Microphone's not on. Repeat.
Is that the right way? David, could you assist? All right, that's your, now 11 years, more than 11 years ago.
Councilman?
Or a victim in our...
I'm sorry, Councilman, I need to jump in now because I know that we're getting to a point right now.
Yeah, I'm almost at the point.
I'm sorry, we're getting to a point now where we're talking about stuff that is going to be voted on the 18th. It's going to be exclusively the subject matter of the vote on the 18th.
Well, there won't be anything here that will be prejudicial to the vote today, though.
I don't think it'll be prejudicial, but I think what's happening now is we're moving to a portion where it's not just question and answer and sizing what fines could be assessed
Okay,
and what
I'll
couldn't.
tell you what,
We're moving to
we
a
will
point where
not
we're
show any
building
more pictures. Thank you.
a presentation.
There are further pictures to show Mr. Henry in the hospital. I just want to burn his face into your, my colleagues' minds here, because this is the real reason we're here today. It's because there's a donation being made. It's penance. It's an act of contrition. It's some sort, and it's not on behalf of Rick Rizzolo. Rick Rizzolo, that thug, is God knows where, out of prison, in and out of prison. Bobby the Peach, who broke the man's neck, is driving a taxi or a limo somewhere around town, probably with a work card, for all I know. Why, I don't know, but I think they have to have them. So anyway, it doesn't seem to be right that everybody in this city seems to make out except the victim of one of our licensed clubs. And so therefore, that is why I do not want any money to come to the city yet. I do not want any money to be tendered to the city in any fashion, whether it be kept in trust, because it can easily stay in a bank. We have the word of the applicants and their representatives that money will be paid, an offer will be tendered at that time, and so we can discuss the money on July 18th. I'm getting right back to the point there, Council, so that I want no money to be sent to the city. This is going to require a lot of work, by the way. A ton of code work is going to be required over the next intervening time if we approve this. And now I fully intend to vote for this ordinance change, but I want my colleagues to keep in mind for the next 4 weeks.
No.
And ask you not to spend the money before you get it.
This goes today.
Mrs. Mayor,
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to say, and say it while Stan Hunterton is still here, that vote I have felt was the worst vote I ever made on the board. I was brand new, however, that was my excuse. I was given information that didn't turn out to be true, but that vote about the money and everything, I've carried with me with deep regret. And I know that we're not voting on that today, and when we get to the other part, then we can make a separate vote.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand you have the money today, even though we can't vote on the money today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
My motion would be, Your Honor, to...
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Yes, my motion would be to approve Bill number 2012-27 with the caveat that the deposit be made and that we have the discussion on accepting the money at a later city council meeting.
Can't hear. I'm sorry, Steve. Cannot hear you when you're looking away.
I'm moving to approve, as the recommending committee did yesterday, can everybody hear me out there? That we approve agenda item number 81, bill number 2012-27, with the caveat that the individuals before us turn the money over to our city attorney's office, and we will have a discussion on the money at a later city council meeting in regards to how that's going to be handled. That would be my motion, I believe. Mr. Jervik?
If I could...
So I don't get crossways.
Sure. You bet.
Microphone on.
Yeah. It's on. Okay. When would you tell me we're supposed to give it to the city attorney, just so there's no misunderstanding? I got the impression we're going to wait until the 18th. Is there a motion, something different? I want to follow the instructions that my client does. I just want to know what they are.
Could I suggest to the maker of the motion a clarification? The only thing that can be voted on today is the ordinance. Couldn't even vote on where the donation goes, and as much as it would thrill me to have $1.4 million in my office, I don't think I'm the appropriate place to bring it. What I would suggest is that you just vote up or down on the ordinance right now, and with the understanding that Mr. Brown's client will deliver to the city treasurer a check in whatever form you wanted that will be held by the city until the 18th of July, when a vote will be taken to accept it or not. If the vote is taken to accept it, in part, in whole, however way you all want to discuss it, we know how that goes. If you don't want to accept it at all, it gets returned.
And,
but the ordinance goes up or down
Jervik,
today.
When would that check or cash or whatever be in the hands of the city's treasurer?
Well, it wouldn't be part of the motion. If your direction is to have it today or by the end of the week, you should tell Mr. Brown that. Mr. Brown, let me ask you bluntly, can you have a check to the treasurer today?
Yes, but I don't want to get crossways with my friend. But yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Then what I would say is don't make that part of the motion. Just say that the motion would be to adopt the ordinance with the understanding that a check will be delivered to the treasurer to be discussed and voted on the 18th.
So it's not really being accepted. That may be, it's
Right.
not really being accepted.
It's not being accepted, exactly. It's not being accepted. It's the
Okay.
equivalent of an escrow, only we've got it in our escrow account instead of some bank.
And Mayor, that's my motion.
Okay.
The end, Councilman
motion.
Beers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question. So, in my mind, an offer has been made. We're not accepting the offer. When we say it is not being accepted, is that the offer?
Right. You are not accepting the money today. You're not agendaed to. It's a donation, and as a donation, you're going to vote on it on the 18th.
But we are
So
voting on the
so
ordinance.
this motion does not imply accepting an offer.
That's correct. It's with the understanding that that's what triggered the whole thing, and that's out there a month from now. That's not what you're voting on today. Your vote today will, upon signature of the mayor and publication in the paper, allow the new owners of the Crazy Horse, or people they sell it to immediately apply for a liquor license.
So if you would like, you can give it to the city clerk. Can we not take it at this moment, even though that's not part of the ordinance? You want to handle that, Bev? Bev's going on vacation tomorrow. She'd like the check. Sorry. Okay, there's a motion.
Well,
Councilman,
Mayor.
okay. Councilman Ross, restate and
I
do
will
it again.
restate the motion, but I have to say this too, because I neglected to say this during the discussion and deliberation of this item, that my religious beliefs make it very challenging for me to support businesses such as this. However, it is a licensed, legal type of business in the city of Las Vegas. And so therefore, I represent all of the businesses and the individuals that reside in the city of Las Vegas. My motion would be to approve the ordinance, Bill number 2012-27, with the understanding that you will, Mr. Brown, give the city treasurer to hold until the next available city council meeting, which will be July 18th, for discussion, up for discussion. This is not a motion to accept your offer. This is a motion only to approve this ordinance. That's my motion.
Yes, wait 1 second. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. Yeah, it's going to take the lawyers to decide what's the difference between holding and receiving, and giving it to an employee of the manager who is not allowed to receive probably would, in essence,
Let's have a
all that.
legal opinion from Mr.
So,
Cherbak.
I'm just thinking the representative here has got the check in his pocket, and he can hang on to it for a month. But, the motion included taking money, so now you've gotten into that gray area again where we didn't want to go.
We've had,
I
in
will
the past...
support, but Your Honor and Counsel, I'm going to support the motion, so I'm not going to get argumentative on it. It's just that I think you got to be careful separating the money from the vote, is my advice.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a
Please,
comment.
before everything falls off the table.
Absolutely. I just wanted to make the comment that I don't think any of my constituents voted for me because I was going to support all businesses, because there are some businesses of which they don't approve, and this is a case where I would rather not see another similar business go in that area. So I am going to vote negative on this. However, if you take the money, does not preclude me from anything as far as that's concerned.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion. Would you please vote? And would you please post? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give it. Our city clerk wants to go on a trip tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move on then to bills eligible for adoption. Thank you and good luck. Bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. So this is item number 82. Wrong, yes. Items 82 through 86, bills 2012-23 through 2012-26 and 2012-28 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We will move on to item 87. And items 87 through 90, bills 2012 through 29, 2012 through 32 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, July 17, 2012. New bills 2012 through 29 through 2012 through 32 are assigned to council members Anthony and Coffin and Barlow.
Mayor, may I ask a question as far as the next recommending meeting? Beth?
We were able to get Councilwoman Tarkanian to take your slot on July 17th at the recommending committee.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And this meeting now will recess. What's a good time? Oh, we do have to read the bills.
Yes, Mayor. Can we read the
Okay,
bills?
please read the bills.
Excuse me, once again, I have brought our interns with me, and Brittany is going to read the first two, and Alex is going to read the second two, with your permission.
Bill number 2012-29, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to consolidate land uses, streamline zoning requirements, and clarify zoning and development standards, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-30, an ordinance amending the supplemental document to the city's administrative code to increase the number of members of the Board of Appeals from 8 to 9, and to provide for other related matters.
Bill number 2012-31, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2012-32, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to reduce the on-site parking requirement for the use taxicab limo yard, and to provide for other related matters.
Okay, they are read. Now, they are on the record. All right, we will recess till 2, we'll give you a half hour. We need closer supervision of our lunch. Okay, fine. Okay, we are going to recess for 30 minutes. It's 6 minutes after 2. We'll be back in here at 24 minutes up. Thank you very much.
The two of you.
We're waiting for two. Okay, Councilman Beers, come up to your friends and buddies. Okay, but I'll stay, I promise. Okay, hello, everybody.
Commissioner.
Okay. 1, 2. Okay, here we go. I'm going to start even though Councilman Beers is there. Okay, we will reconvene from recess. There's no public comment on these items, so we are on item 80. What happened to that? 82? 91 is where we are?
Mr. Mayor, we'll need to, second.
There we go. Well, he's walking slowly, but it's all right. And Council, we're here. Okay. Item 91, but beforehand, just to read into the report, the following items have been requested to be held in abeyance, withdrawn, or stricken. Item number 97, SDR 44908, applicant, the Boyer Company, owner, City Parkway 5, Inc., at 2.7 acre portion on an 8.49 acre lot adjacent to the east side of Tenaya Way, approximately 370 feet north of Peak Drive. This item has been obeyed till July 18th at the request of the applicant. So now moving on to item number 91. For possible action, any items from the afternoon session that council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. So is there anything else from council beyond that item 97 that I just read? Hearing none, we will make a motion to obey item 97. And if you will please vote, and then please post. And please post. She is on fire, full of sugar. And please post.
It's coming.
Mine says withdrawn. I vote in the affirmative.
Bonus.
Well, that'd be cute. Okay, so log off. Is that right? Okay.
Say it up there. Yeah, your name's up there. She's good.
Oh, see, no wonder I can't read. So now will you check me in, please? I see a little bubble. Oh, right. You have to undo Councilman. See, I voted for Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, she's going to withdraw the motion.
Withdraw the motion and revote? Okay. I'm so sorry. I apologize to all of us from overeating. Please
Motion
vote.
to withdraw.
Thank you.
It's eating so fast.
It is eating so fast. Please vote. Now please post. Thank you. And-
Motion to approve.
And motion has passed. Thank you very much.
That was to withdraw.
Oh, that was to withdraw. Okay.
You don't have to withdraw the motion if it hasn't been posted yet, so.
But she had posted it, Brian.
Oh, had she? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
So motion to approve. Mayor.
Well, it's already been moved to approve. And we did it? Right. We do, but it's not here on our screen. There it is. Now please vote against. There is a full vote. And now please post. Thank you, Councilman Barlow, for keeping me honest. And post, please. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Now on to item number 92, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1123 Chapman Drive, for fees in the amount of $2,861 and assess a maximum of $19,650 in daily and failed inspection civil penalties for a total of $22,511. Property owner, trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Mary Lou Clemens, LP, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the property owner present? And Mr. Bouse.
Mayor, members of the council, the major cross streets to this property are Maryland and Charleston. This property is not in foreclosure. However, during the case, we learned that the property owner, Mary Clemens, is deceased. We were in contact with her daughter-in-law, Julia Clemens, who's married to Mary Clemens' son, Michael Clemens, about the property. Initially, the family members indicated that they would voluntarily comply, but later did not do so. So we opened the case on October 12, 2011, and closed the case on January 23rd, 2012. We commenced city abatement work on January 18th and completed that on January 19th. The abatement work consisted of the removal of high grass, weeds, refuge, waste, dead tree, and securing of outdoors and openings and windows. Our out-of-pocket expenses in performing that work was $2,861. The accrued civil fines and penalties to date are $19,650 for a total of $22,511. The property value per Zillow as of May 23rd of this year is $62,400. Staff respectfully requests the City Council approve the expense report and assess our out-of-pocket expenses and civil penalties as a lien against the property.
Thank you, Mr. Bouse. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's a really nice location in a very nice neighborhood, one of our oldest in this side of town, an old Mayfair tract, and it's a corner lot. It's something that should have been kept up and not, but because the owner is deceased, I'm going to move to levy the maximum today, but I want to meet with the property owner or the people representing them. I'll have my staff set that up before the next meeting.
Thank you,
So
Councilman.
therefore, I'll be levying moving to levy the full amount of hard costs and civil penalties at this point of $22,511.
Thank you. There's a motion. Would you please vote?
Thank you.
And please post.
Jeez. I knew that Monday. I did not today. Oh, well, what the hell.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to item number, pardon? It didn't post yet. Nope, it didn't, sorry. I'm telling you, a sugar high. It carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 93, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or a reduction of fees totaling $2,853.50 in out-of-pocket costs, $1,450 in failed inspection penalties, and $38,050 in daily civil penalties for a total of $42,353.50, recorded against the property located at 231 North 11th. The property owner, Mythic Management LLC. This is in Ward 5, and that's Councilman Barlow. It is a public hearing which I declare open. Owner or representative?
Good afternoon, David Minson for the owner,
Thank you
MINCI.
very much. Mr. Bowes?
Mayor, members of the City Council, during briefings on this item, a question came up in terms of the sequence of the filing of the code enforcement lien and then the acquisition of the property by the current property owner. On your dais, I put a single sheet chronology, agenda item number 93, that summarizes those events. I'll refer to that item briefly during my pithy remarks. I've also provided a copy of this document to the clerk's office and to the property owner. With that, the major cross streets to this property are Stewart and 11th Avenue. This case was opened on December 3rd of 2010, and the notice and order was issued on December 9th, 2010. It should be noted that within 2 weeks of the issuance of a notice and order, code enforcement files that notice and order with the recorder's office. So anybody who's looking at the property and looking at the official records would have access to that document. We closed the case on March 17th of 2011, and we completed the abatement work on the property on February 25th, 2011. That work consisted of removal of travel trailers from the site and securing a boarding of buildings with open windows and doors. The out-of-pocket expenses were $2,853.50. The accrued civil penalties were $39,500. And the City Council assessed the out-of-pocket expenses and the civil penalties as a lien against the property at your June 1st, 2011 City Council meeting. In looking at the one-sheet summary chronology I gave you, if you look at item 5, the code enforcement lien was recorded on June 9th, about 8 days after you took action. Then a quick claim deed on the property filed under the name of the current owner was filed on March 9th, 2012. And then once a property has been abated, the violation has been corrected, we file a release of the notice and order that indicates that there's no violations on the property, but the liens remain to effect as recorded until they're either paid or that the treasurer's office offers the property up at auction. So with that, the property value per Zillow is not available, but we do know that March 9, 2012, the sales information that we have available from the Clark County Assessor's Office is $123,837. And pursuant to our standard recommendation, staff recommends denial of the waiver request.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ward. Barlow.
Excuse me. Mayor, with Councilman's permission. Can I ask a couple of questions? Of course. Okay, through the mayor. Mr. Vincent? Mr. Minson. Okay, sorry about that. I asked staff and Mr. Baus specifically to prepare this kind of for the council. Do you have this chronology?
I do have it, yes.
Your client purchased this property when?
My client actually purchased the loan that was against this property from East West Bank. And he did that to help. Mr. Sam Cherry's entity was the prior owner of this property. He did it to try to help him stop the property from foreclosure. Eventually, though, Mr. Cherry was not able to do anything with this property, and he deeded the property to my client in March of this year. So obviously, I think the first thing for us to highlight is that all the transgressions and the fines that are at issue today all occurred before my client took title to this property. Since taking title and since being alerted to these liens and issues, he immediately took action to hire a management company to keep an eye on the property. I have a photo I could show that was taken this morning to show that the property is properly fenced and clean and secured, and that he's taking control of the situation. I would also like to make sure the council understands that this property is in escrow to be sold. The purchaser is Raul Gill, who already owns a Mexican restaurant on Charleston and Main Street. I'm sure many of you have frequented it. It's our understanding that Mr. Gill intends to build another restaurant across the street, and that he wants to use this property for a parking lot, that he needs this for parking. So I think the council needs to consider that we certainly understand the need to have these enforcement mechanisms, but we're also, we believe some leniency is mandated when we have persons who come into the situation and who are trying to turn the property around and turn it into something productive. So,
well, with the mayor's permission, I'll leave that up to Councilman Barlow, as this is in his ward. I just want to ask you and staff some specific questions.
Right.
This was a quick claim?
It was a quick claim deed, but it was done in order to shorten the foreclosure process.
I get that.
Right. But it was
there
a
was
quick
no
claim deed.
title search performed before this quick claim?
I would have to consult with my client. He probably knew there was a lien out there. But
That's what I'm
again,
getting at. Did your client know there was a lien on this property? And you just told us that it's in escrow now for Mr. Gill. Did Mr. Gill not know that this dollar amount was attached to this property?
Well, I'm sure when Mr. Gill went to contract, he received the title report, and of course, I'm sure he made an objection to title when that happened.
What I'm trying to ascertain with the mayor's permission, Councilman Barlow's, is this. Did your client know about this lien against this property? And then did Mr. Gill know about this lien on this property? And then you buy the property or get the property in your hands or the loan in your hands, and you come to the city council pleading forgiveness for something that you didn't do, even though you took over this loan, note, property, whatever it is, full well knowing this lien was against this property. That's what I'm trying to ascertain.
I would have to briefly confer with my client about whether he explicitly
With your
knew that.
permission, Mayor,
okay?
is it okay? I'm just... Well, and it's for the mayor and council's benefit. I'm trying. This has happened before, and Mr. Baus, we're trying to figure out where the hole in the fence is. You know, when these properties, if a title search is conducted, we've recorded our liens, we've got the history. How's it getting missed when the new purchaser or new buyer of that property comes forward? I'm all for the leniency factor. I get that part, especially when they want to pick up a property and water the trees and make it look great and the whole nine yards. Get that part. But where's the hole in the fence? That's what I'm trying to
Unless the
ascertain.
situation, normally in a quick claim situation, they don't do a title search.
That's what I figured.
And it's kind of a quick deal, one-page document to change title, $1 to $10 normally is the kind of nominal consideration, but it could have been more in this
Yeah, and I've done quick claims before, so I understand, and that's why his client may have missed that. But then he just also admitted he's it's in an escrow. That should have been caught then as well, that there's, $40,000 some odd dollars attached to this thing.
And Your Honor, or Mr. Councilman, I've consulted with my client. He indicates this was done by quitclaim deed. There was no title insurance. There was no title report. He did not know that there was a lien. And, I guess just looking at the history of this property, the prior owner apparently had a defunct address. Now, that's, of course, their fault, not the city's fault. But so as we understand it, he never received the notices either, and he certainly didn't alert my client to it when he...
Well, and certainly, Mr. Cherry's not here, and I'm not trying to pick on you or your client either. I'm just trying to, like I said, determine, because this has happened before with properties, and we're trying to ascertain how come this is happening when during that title search, our liens aren't recognized, or maybe they are recognized, and the public just says, well, we'll go to the city council and ask for leniency because it wasn't our fault. That's bogus, in my opinion. Because if you're buying a piece of dirt or a piece of concrete that you know has a $42,000 lien against it, that says something. I know it has a lien against it. I'm going to buy it anyway, and then go plead, I'm not going to say ignorance, but plead forgiveness and try to reduce that fine. So that's what I'm trying to ascertain, Mr. Renier. It has nothing against you or your client. This has happened with other properties before. It's not even in my ward, but I did bring that up in our briefings yesterday. So I think you've answered my questions, Mr. Baus. I don't know what the answers to the questions yet. We don't have that yet. But thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman, for letting me talk about it.
This is a public hearing. If you care to come forward, state your name, make your comments.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Barlow, I live right down the street from this. What I am concerned with is where do we go forward on this? There was a mention that they were going to put a cafe across the street and use it as a parking lot. Have you heard anything? Have they talked with you on that, on going forward on this?
No.
Because is it zoned for that? Is there a zoning for a cafe across the street from that? The thing is, I want to know where we're going forward on it. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close public comment. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. And Councilman Ross, you asked all the right questions because I was going to ask those same questions. But it's okay. I appreciate you for sharing that information with us. And I won't be redundant because you've stated that you didn't know. And I don't understand how an investor who goes out and does a quick claim, I mean, the very first thing any investor does is go and check to make sure that they have a clean title because that's a part of the investment research. And so, personally, I don't buy it. That's number one. Number two, What is your request as far as your waiver? What are you asking the mayor and the council to do for you, or I should say your client?
Asking for a waiver of the hard cost of the hard fines. We're asking for a waiver of the $38,050 in daily penalties. And
I mean, I wouldn't ask for a waiver of $2,000 either. But you're asking me to waive close to $40,000.
we're asking
You
for...
asking me to waive 100% of the daily civil penalties. That's what you're asking me.
That's correct.
Okay, so what's the fair offer? A fair offer?
Well, I believe a 20% discount then, or, well, I guess an 80% discount of the daily penalties would be fair. Again,
I'll take 30.
if that's the will of the council, then that's certainly my client would appreciate that.
I'm asking you. You want to confer with your client?
My client would like to highlight again, he bought the loan against this property.
I understand all that. We're talking numbers right now. You said 20%, I said 30%, which basically leaves it roughly 11,000 from 39,000. 11,850 to be exact.
Your Honor, my client would live with that.
Okay. Then my motion at this time, Mayor, would do for the council to move that this applicant pays the 100% out-of-pocket expense of $2,853.50, and we are going to service a civil penalty fee in the amount of 30%, which should come out to $11,850. And that will be my motion at this time. And that total, Mr. Boss?
That totals $14,703.50.
And that would be my motion at this time, Mayor and Council.
And is that total number agreed to by your client? Rather than the 11,000, it's 14,000 and what?
Mayor, $14,703.50, and I would request the council to consider, as it has past practice, that the appellant be advised to pay that money within a specified period of time, or the civil penalties will revert
Yes.
back to the full amount.
Yes, thank you for that. I would ask that we give the applicant 66, I'll go 90 days for you, just to make it a little bit easier for you. 90 days. Do you agree to that?
That is acceptable.
Okay, great. So my motion would be for the amount that was stated on the record by Mr. Bowson, and this is to be paid within 90 days.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Thank you, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll move on to consent agenda. Items 94 through 96 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items number 94 through 96?
Your Honor, motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Okay, item 90, please posted it. There it is. And it passes. Moving on to 98. 97's been obeyed until July 18th. So item number 98, I would like to instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. And we will move on to citizen participation at this time. Okay, this is item number 99. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state
Yes,
it.
thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On items 48 to 52, I thank the council for voting for the trails on that. On items 53 to 55, I thank you for the bus and improvements. And I thank Councilman Coffin for representing the victims in the Crazy Horse 2 thing. And one other thing, on item number 73, there was some discussion on the ISO, which is the Insurance Service Office. Let me give you some dollar and cents on that, because Hartford Insurance, I had house insurance with Hartford, and they had me down for ISO 2, and I called them up, and I says no. I says, we're ISO 1. So they went and checked on that, and they says, you're absolutely right. And I got a $45 a year, and it went back retroactive for 3 years, $45 a year difference from the 1 to the 2. So I want to impress upon you that there's dollars and cents for every individual homeowner on that ISO thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman, you wanted to ask a question?
Todd, when was that? What year?
That was 3 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will move on now to item number 100. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of city council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Councilman Beers. Just in time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For our next city council meeting, which is 4 weeks hence or so.
July 18th.
Because we're skipping July 4th, although I'll be here.
Do you want to come on July 4th? I'll come July 4th.
We're going to have Collector Car Appreciation Day, and I believe we're going to shut off the street in front of City Hall and have a variety of cool collector cars gathered there, so everyone may want to plan to arrive 15, 20 minutes early to be able to go walk amongst the cars and check them out, and then we'll be talking about them a little bit during the first part of the meeting. So I just wanted to let you know.
Wonderful. That sounds exciting. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. The Centennial View made a mistake in putting in the paper, yesterday's paper, that we were having a movie tonight at Centennial Hills Park. That is not correct. We are having a movie in July, and I'll mention that at the July 18th City Council meeting. But for today, I'd like to announce that we will be having Evening Under the Stars at the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. That will be June 28th at 7:30 p.m. We will have the School of Rock coming out to provide some music for us, and those are the youngsters, of course. You know that. And we also have the Old West-style melodrama done by the Bonnie Springs Ranch Players. So they're coming out. It is June 28th, 7:30, Centennial Hills Amphitheater. It is free. Bring a blanket, some chairs, some food, and enjoy a wonderful evening under the stars. I will also be out there. We will also have Pop's Philly Steak out there as well. So it's going to be a delicious night. In our ongoing effort and partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, Your Honor and council members, I would like to recognize this young lady who was lost. This is Ronnie Hibbard. She goes by the nickname of Cheyenne. She's a 17-year-old young lady. She's 5'2", 130 pounds, has green eyes, brown hair. She was last seen June 11th of this year. It is unknown what Ronnie was wearing when she was wearing last, but she may be carrying a personal bag with her personal belongings. She has a tattoo with Mom on her left foot, Kaylin on her right foot, and Infinity Eye on her right forearm. She likes to hang out at skate parks and malls. If any of you have any information about this young lady, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009, and or of course the Henderson Police Department at 702-267-5000. She was last seen in the area of Pecos and Windmill. And I just want to wish everybody a happy 4th of July and be safe. So I know you're going to do that anyway, Mayor. So
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Nothing to add for what we're doing during the ward, but I second his have a great, happy, and safe 4th of July.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to inform the public that I will not be hosting Coffee with the Councilman the first Thursday in July. I will be back during the month of August. So July 5th, I will not host the Coffee with the Councilman, but I will be back at Starbucks on August the 2nd. So we'll take the month of July off. In addition to that, I encourage the entire community to go onto my website, which is www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5 for all of the latest and the greatest updates and happenings in and around Ward 5, to include basketball camps for the summer, as well as the summer youth programs and summer splash programs that I will be hosting during the summer months. So please go on my website for all of the wonderful calendar of events, or you may feel free to follow me on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor Goodman, you did a fine job today chairing this meeting. It had a lot of contentious issues, the firefighters on one hand and everybody else on the other, and you managed to negotiate us to a successful conclusion. And then I think the Crazy Horse, too, is not going away for a long time. We're going to hear more than we want to hear about that organization for the next 6 months until that thing reopens. Hopefully it reopens and under much better management. So it's been a busy day, and for that reason, I'm not going to belabor anything except to say there is good news in Ward 3 because it's party time for the kids and for those who want to be kids. In a week and a half, well, June 29th at Reese Freedom Park, we'll have to figure out how to call it that, we're having a movie called Hugo. And so Hugo is on the board there. Going to have that along with the usual treats that come with a movie in the summer, like popcorn and cold things to drink, and maybe some food too. We'll figure that out. So everybody's invited to that. And a sneak preview, we don't have the poster made yet, but it's, well, we do have one. It's roughed out. And that'll be another slam bang movie on the 13th in Ward 3, this one at Huntridge Park, which will be The Wizard of Oz. So everybody's welcome to come dress in mufti if they wish. In fact, the Neighborhood Association at Huntridge Park is also putting on Casablanca a week later. So we're serious about movies here. We want to try to survive this summer. That's all I have to say, except thanks to the people of Las Vegas for watching this program.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin. Everyone's invited to join us in celebration of the 4th of July at the Summerlin Patriotic Parade. The parade begins at 9 a.m. at Hill Point Road and Hill Center Drive, proceeding south on Hill Point and concluding at Trailwood Drive. We will have Big Red for anybody who wishes to ride or walk. We can do that. Bring the dogs, bring the children, come out and share in the fun as we honor our nation's Independence Day. And certainly, again, as my peers have said, be safe, be careful, and for heaven's sakes, watch fireworks. And then, if you would, join Councilwoman Tarkanian and me at our next Coffee with the Mayor on Monday, July 16th. We'll be at the Egg and I in Ward 1, which is located at 4533 West Sahara. I'd love to meet you and hear your concerns with our councilwoman, and please stop by just to say hello. One last item which I thought you might want to know about if you haven't heard about it or read it. I'm thrilled to tell you that the U.S. Conference of Mayors is returning in June of 2013 for its annual meeting. The special gathering, which is just about, this right few days now, 1 year from now, will draw mayors from around the United States. There are 1,200 mayors of cities of greater than 30,000 people. And we're expecting about 1,200 attendees, probably families with mayors. and the economic impact will be more than millions of dollars to our local economy. So it's really a coup for us, considering some of the negative publicity we've gotten, not for faults of our own, but perhaps misuse of some federal dollars. And we last hosted the Conference of Mayors in 2006 with the headquarters at Paris and Bally's. This time headquarters is going to be at Mandalay Bay in the hotel, but there's a real interest in coming downtown. Everybody's very excited about everything that's happened here with the Smith Center, the Mob Museum, the Neon Museum, our brand new City Hall, and by June of next year, of course, Discovery Museum will be open and relocated next to and adjoining the Smith Center. So we're really excited. I learned this. I had put in July, last July, for them to come back to us in 2015, and was delighted to hear they want to come next year. So it was wonderful. I was in Orlando for this last U.S. Conference of Mayors, and it's exciting for us, for everyone in Las Vegas. There is no better place to hold a convention, hold meetings, and then in the evening to go out and have a wonderful time. So we're working on that conference. Anybody who has any input or wants to have some activity involved, please contact Esther Carter at the city, and you can do that. You can call my office, 229-6241, 229-6241, and we'll connect you with Esther. But anybody who has any input to this, and I want to thank you all, for those of you who've been watching or those of you who came today, and for everybody's staff, and of course our city council members, for a very lengthy morning but a productive day, and we look forward to seeing you July 18th. So thank you, staff, and with that, I will
Mayor,
adjourn. Yes.
Could I make an addition, please?
You certainly may do anything you like.
I need to announce that on Thursday, June 21st at 6:30 p.m., we're having our Neighborhood Association Appreciation Event. It'll be in Arizona Charlie's Buffet area, 740 South Decatur, where we'll have dinner, raffle prizes, and a performance by the Hot Lava Polynesian Fire Dancers. So I hope that we'll have everybody come out, have a good time, hot time. And of course, our meeting, as the mayor mentioned, July 16th, Egg and I, conference with the mayor and I.
And you would be able to save that for July, because the 18th is our next meeting, and that was June, your announcement, right?
No, my announcement is June 21st, so that's...
Tomorrow.
Yes, yes.
Wonderful.
Tomorrow.
Well, we stand adjourned. Thank you all again. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. And now I'll sign. Thank you.